Valley.
Okay, great. I didn't hear the recording thing.
Like right.
We recording? We're recording? Is that a yes? Okay, great. Okay, good evening. This is the Monday, October 24th, 2022 special meeting of the New Canaan Planning and Zoning Commission. As I said verbally a few minutes ago, well, first, Lynn, can you talk about how you're going to run the hybrid meeting, please?
Okay, so this is a hybrid meeting. And so we have people attending both in person in the room tonight and on Zoom. So when it comes to the public comment portion of your item, because there are two items on tonight's agenda, we'll take comment from those in the room first and then comment from those on Zoom.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do the
If
roll
you're
call.
not on the commission, can you just take your camera and shut it down, please? Thank you.
Okay, we'll do the roll call. John Goodwin, I'm here. Ken Turner.
Here.
Dick Ward.
Here.
Dan Radman.
Here.
John Cruz.
Here.
Claire Tiscornia.
Here.
Krista Nielsen.
Here.
Arthur Cassavant's absent tonight. John Engel.
Here.
Chris Herring is not here. Paul Knag.
Here.
Okay. Mr. Knag, you are seated for Mr. Cassavant. Couple of things. One thing is I want to announce that James Bash is resigning for the commission. He's moving to North Carolina. I want to thank Mr. Bash. He wasn't on the commission for very long, but he always did a great job of climbing into issues and doing a lot of hard work. So we will miss him. The next thing I would like to do is, given that we anticipate that 11, 21, and 25 Burtis will be relatively brief. I'd like to see if the commission would like to, if someone would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to hear 11, 21, and 25 Burtis first.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, right, thank you. So item number 1, 11, item number 2, 11, 21, and 25 Burtis Avenue, Cherry Street parking lot and parcel K. Upon application, Jacqueline Kaufman, Carmody Turns, Sandeck and Hennessy, authorized agent for Ventana 11 Burtis LLC, Ventana 2021 5 Burtis, and Ventana Cherry LLC in town of New Canaan for a special permit site plan approval. Ms. Kaufman.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Jackie Kaufman. I'm an attorney with Carmody, Torrance, Sandeck, and Hennessy. We're here tonight for our third public hearing for the site plan and special permit applications for 11, 21, and 25 Burtis Avenue. Here tonight on behalf of the Ventana applicant entities is Phil Palmgren, and of course, all the members of our design and development team. Thank you very much for the opportunity, not only to speak first tonight, but also for the opportunity to be on this special meeting tonight. We have spent the last few weeks, and even more particularly the last week, very intensely responding to modifications and to the plans, to responding to the engineering questions that were raised at the last meeting and subsequently between conversations between our engineer development team and the town engineer. So the few items that I'd like to talk about tonight really will respond to engineering questions, circulation questions on site, questions regarding trash and snow logistics, any follow-up questions about our affordability plan, comments from our neighbors, and some landscaping adjustments that are made in response to all of these questions. What I think was a very positive development in the last day or so is that many of the more technical questions were answered between our engineer and the town engineer, or were determined that could be satisfied as conditions of a zoning permit and building permit. So to that extent, any open-ended questions, we do have the ability to continue to refine as they are something that may be more detailed and in line with the submission of more final construction plans. So we have crossed that Rubicon, so to speak. What I'd like to do is bring up our revised slides, which you may be just seeing now. Most notably is the revised rendering. You have that in front of you as well. We'll bring that up so members of the audience can see it. In response to questions and comments about what the detail of the Burtis Street entrances would be like, we didn't have this level of detail in our renderings. We did for the other sides of the development and the interiors. But what we think that this demonstrates, and Mr. Palmgren can speak to it more, answer any further questions you have, is the difference, the different articulations, textures, and it's modulation, treatment, just the textures and the movement that you can see in the building. And that was something that was unclear to the commission before, is just how the different materials would speak to one another. We can see we have the brick, the curbing, the different roofing material, the limestone, the different indentations made by the windows, and the different the trellis, we call it a trellis, the ironwork detail, which again, we hope to be able to source locally. And also how that continues to maintain the building line that is consistent up along Burtis. So that we hope that this is responsive to your question on that. Before I move on, do you have any questions about that facade detail? There were some additional questions. You can see the plantings, that there is a planter that is flush against Burtis on the left-hand side of the rendering. And then also you can see the demonstrated different light treatments and flowers and plants that will be placed along that space. But putting planters would create an ADA obstruction. So that was explored, but would not be compliant with that code and regulation further along the line. Although I know that's not within your purview, it is something that is reviewed at the building permit level. And there's a question that was asked.
I had one question, just to be sure. You are creating, as Commissioner Chris, are you creating a retail footprint as part of the grade, as I remember?
Yes, you would still enter through that main entrance. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the retail grade. I'm sorry,
I
there's
see
a
it
lot
by
of-
the,
yeah.
where we used the
No,
barber
this
shop.
here,
and-
no, in this building, this is building number 2. This is a solely residential building. And the retail or commercial space would be located in the building that is to the west of that.
Which is the one right next to where
Yes, on the other
the
side of the driveway.
older wooden frame house is.
Yes,
And so I see large open windows or large windows at grade. That would be the entrance to the,
yes.
okay, thank you.
Another question that was asked, as long as we're just still looking at that particular facade, is whether or not trash receptacles could be moved to Burtis Avenue in lieu of having it on Cherry Street. We explored that as well, and for the same reason that we can't even put planters, which are much more de minimis in size, it would create an obstruction. So that's not a possibility to have planters or to have refuse out along these sidewalks here, because we have all of the refuse will be inside the building and then taken outside. If we go to the main site plan, to the next one, please, Lynn. Right now, it's proposed on Cherry Street. We speak a little bit to the modification. We've moved it slightly to the other side of the driveway. However, we were asked, could it be put on Burtis by an interested neighbor? And the answer to that is no, it can't safely be put there without causing major obstruction along the sidewalk. We have 40 bins. Those bins will be inside all the time and then removed for the hour or so, possibly longer, possibly shorter, it takes for a refuse truck to come and pick them up and then wheeled back in. Logistically, the trash receptacle location, Rachel, if you and Jennifer can just point to where that is, is in the back of the building, right about there. And so it is a more convenient avenue right out to Cherry Street, and there also is the ability to keep it all on site. There's no obstruction to a sidewalk or to a city street. In addition to that, too, you can see, you may recall that we extended the loading zone. The garbage truck could potentially have to park in that loading zone, which would be fine if we put it on Burtis. But here, there is no striped parking, but you have the ability you can see all of those cars which park out here along Cherry Street. So there is a safe location for that truck, and there's the width that's necessary to make this an easy operation. And we've highlighted that in red in the new proposals to keep it there. Actually, we've moved that over a little bit so it's not right alongside the driveway, so there's no sightline issue. And we would approach the police commission about putting up a no parking loading zone sign in that space so that it could be accessible on the once or twice weekly trash pickups. So those two things combined, the fact that all of the trash can be conveniently and quickly brought inside and outside, stay on the property, and that there's a safe and convenient place for the garbage truck to pick it up, makes that a superior location. That was one of the questions that was asked of the town engineer. I think we should probably go to the next slide, please. This is our revised, let's just keep this up. Plans are all different size, so let's keep this one up because it's a nice one to take. It's a nice one to look at while we speak. But I do have our engineer here and our traffic engineer here to answer any additional questions you have. But some of the engineering items that we think can be satisfied so that we're clear is the submission of a construction logistic plan. We've provided to the town a narrative, and this would be an actual plan form that would incorporate engineering designs and site designs, and that would be completed after a demolition and construction team is selected. That could be completed later. Any final set of comprehensive drawings you have before you is quite detailed, but it would be in line with a construction level set. There's nothing new really in there for you to see, but what you've received to date. The vehicle turning plans we have submitted, and we'll speak to those in a moment, but we are able to demonstrate that to code that passenger cars can enter and exit to and from the approved garages. We had some problem accessing the plans due to their size, and before the memo was drafted, the town engineer did not have a chance to see those plans, but our engineer here is to speak to them, can speak to them, but also it's concluded in her memo that's something that can be satisfied as a condition of approval, if you're so inclined. The proposed building foundation for Townhouse 3, if you can just go to Townhouse 3 for me, please. And just put your finger, oh, you're fine on the plan you were just at. That doesn't matter. You could, anyone that's up. Right there, I'm sorry, right there, that, nope, sorry, Townhouse 4, I apologize. Right at the corner. The one that's closest to the driveway, please. Thank you. Right at the edge, when you look more closely at the site plan, you can see that it, while it's fully within the property, there was concern that it might go over in construction because it touches the property line, which under the zoning regulation, it is permitted to do. But we would be willing to make an affirmative condition that prior to the issuance of zoning permit would have to be confirmed where that would be on the construction plan, so that there is no possibility for encroachment during the construction phase. So whether that be either slightly pulled back or just demonstrated in the field, that would be an acceptable way to approach that. Additional contact with the refuse removal company so that we could update the management of the trash removals plan accordingly. Let's go to that trash removals plan if we can, since we're on that, please. So you can see here, I just walked you through this, the trash area always enclosed except for the time right before it comes out. There's a few options to manage this. It was articulated that it could be concerning to have that during a morning rush hour traffic time, or and it would be unsightly if it was left out all day. So the logistics plan was modified to show that the bins would be put out no more than 30 minutes before, and then taken back in no more than 30 minutes after the garbage was picked up. There has been some new landscaping added. You can see the 3 trees behind it, and that would be a buffer to the adjacent townhome. These really can't be screened for the 1 hour that they are outside, but there is a commitment on behalf of the applicant to ensure that it is efficient and a clean operation. And that will be a modification to that refuse management plan as soon as the contractor is selected. Then there was another request that was made by our neighbor with regard to the modification of utilities, the underground utilities that were running at Burtis and Cherry. And a specific request was made to do that work during off hours and to ensure that the utility companies could do that. And we will make a commitment to use our best efforts to modify those utilities and do that work in the off hours, but we don't control the schedule and the work of those utility companies. So as far as communication is concerned, we are saying for the record that we will maintain close communication with the neighboring property owners who may be affected by any of that utility work. And also will maintain close communication about that with land use staff so that there's an open line of communication and no one can be out of, we don't want people to be out of work for the day. So we'll do our best with that, but we certainly can't control that either. Then certainly after, if we were going to CO, TCO time, we would have to provide the requisite engineering documents, certificate of drainage, certificate from a landscape architect, landscape maintenance plan, finalize our affordability plan to ensure that it is consistent both with your regulations, expectations, and state statute. I think we spoke at length about that at our last meeting, but we do have a comprehensive draft in now, and that's something we continue to work with staff on as well. And to the extent that any of these modifications, tweaks, or refinements would require us to come back to staff or to the commission, we're happy to do so administratively. We don't think, and in our investigation of these requests, that it would result in a design or massing change. But obviously, to the extent they did, we would be open to returning to the commission to ensure that that was accurately reviewed and approved by you. Is there anything specific that you wanted to speak to on the engineering side? Emma had the ability to speak with Maria at the end of last week and in their responses to one another in the last few days.
Hi, Chairman and the Commission. My name is Emma Brewer, and I'm representing the civil engineer for the project, VHB. We're located at 50 Main Street in White Plains, New York. And I've spoken with the town engineer about her comments, and I believe we've gotten the chance to work through a majority of them. And, I believe we can address them all, with the conditions of approval. I don't believe there will be any issues there, and we continue to work with her as necessary to resolve all of the outstanding comments.
That's good. This is up, so I'm going to invite Tom up just to speak to you quickly about some of the landscape modifications that were made.
Hello, Tom Cross from Wesley Stout Associates, Landscape Architects. There have been a couple minor tweaks, but the biggest change happened over at the exit drive, where we have the snow removal and the waste management plan. A couple of trees, ground cover and shrubs were removed. And what we did was replace them with a more narrow and upright, a fastigiate tree, sweet gum to be exact, which is tough, durable, and will give the proper screening and buffer from the view on Cherry. As well as the idea is to use some grass pavers in the area where the waste bins will be located. So it could tolerate a little more, heavy use during the week. I think that's about it.
Can we go forward to the circulation plans, please? I'd Emily up to speak to those. One of the topics towards the end of our discussion, well, too, you can see the above there, we have the enlarged existing loading space. We showed you a draft of that. That was a result of our meeting with the police commission. And so we maintain that, that's in purple. And then I'll invite Emily just to review these circulation patterns and turning radii, which was a question of the town engineer.
Hello, Emily Foster with SLR Consulting. I'm a traffic engineer. And these are just showing the vehicle circulation through the site into each garage entrance, and then into each townhome garage entrance. They used a vehicle tracking software that uses AASHTO dimensions, which is the industry standard US vehicle dimensions, showing a passenger car that's able to move, to pull in and pull out of each location. So the passenger car includes pretty much every car that, every everyday car that everyone uses. So it's 19 feet long. Yeah, happy to answer any specific questions.
How wide are these parking spaces under the buildings? Because I've seen parking plans with narrow parking spots and fat parking spots. And Costco puts a big buffer between their parking spots, and these look narrow.
Yeah, they're 8 feet, 9 feet, which is typical.
Okay, this is Jennifer Islati, the architect.
The typical spot is 9 by 18, and they vary going up to 20 foot in length for the parking spots.
And these are 9?
In the multifamily, yes.
But you have some structure that's coming down, some columns. So what would the real clearance be at that point?
We're showing those about encroach, I think, 6 inches into that space.
6 inches, that's it? The column is only 6 inches?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, into the 9 feet. So 12 foot or 12 inches total for the column. And so 6 inches either side.
Okay, thanks.
Excuse me, this is Maria Coplet, and I did have one question because one of the earlier graphics that we saw, SP 1-1 with a rendering, it looked like for townhouse 1, 2, and 3, and even potentially 4, there was proposed landscape area that looked like it blocked the garages. So I think that there might just need to be some modification for consistency.
Okay. Maria, it's nice to see you, and thank you so much for your timely review of all our plans and getting back to us over the last few days so that we could be ready for today. Thank you so much. So is this the section that you're speaking to right here?
So if you scroll up so you can actually see townhouse 1, 2, and 3,
Mm-hmm.
you'll note that there's patios and there's landscaping shown as opposed to access into garages.
Oh, that is
think-
because it's a raised platform. If we, I don't have that on this particular deck. What that is it's a raised decking, so it comes underneath it. So I'll pull it up so you can see it. Maybe you can speak to
It's-
that.
Yeah, it's a cantilevered roof, similar to like a green roof situation where the cars go underneath it into the garage below. So that landscaping is a story above.
Gotcha. And well, we can, I can speak with your engineer later regarding some other questions that we have regarding that, but thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, we're happy. I'm looking for that. If that's a satisfactory answer. We have a nice rendering, but I don't have it accessible to me on this deck. What were your additional questions?
So those are more technical in nature. I could speak with Emma offline about that,
Oh,
but that
oh,
is
thank you.
regarding
Okay.
whether or not, yeah.
Okay, thank you
Thanks.
very much. I appreciate that.
So given the fact that it's cantilevered patios and the
Oh,
structure involved to make that happen, what's going to be the clearances underneath for cars to get into those unit garages?
Jennifer, do you have that clearance information?
Maybe if you can
Stand.
step up to the podium, please.
And for the record, Maria Coplet is the town engineer.
Hi. Okay, so we were planning a minimum of 8 feet at those, at that cantilever for the terraces on the townhomes.
8 feet to the underside of the cantilever for the clearance in the garage.
Mhm.
What about clearance in the 21, 25, and 11 Burtis buildings
So
in the
that,
garage?
yeah, so that varies between 7 and 7.6.
7 and 7,
Under the
6.
so where the plazas come down, that's at 7.0 and above the parking, that was 7. No, I'm sorry, 8.6 above the parking. Yes, thank you.
If you look to figure PZ 300.
So that's for the town.
In
Yes.
the deck that we have in front of us or one of the previous decks?
I don't have all of these images. These are in previous decks, but they would have been
Okay.
just looking through. We have about 60 pages of architectural.
So you're saying.
So where the plaza is above.
Yep.
That height in the garage, 7'6".
Okay, and
That's
where
the
there is
lowest
no
point.
plaza, where's the footprint of the building?
And around the perimeter of the plaza underneath where the parking spots are, 8'6".
8'6". So what's going to be underside of sprinklers when they're in there?
That's something we will
Right.
have to look into, of course.
We just have to make sure that your height determination in that structure is not going to prohibit certain vehicles in this town from getting in.
Agreed, of course.
That's number one. I had a couple more questions. Should I ask now or wait for?
Attorney Kaufman, what's your pleasure? Can we go ahead and ask
No, We'll
questions?
take a look at those. Jennifer can take a look at those, and we can try to get that answer to you while you ask your other questions.
Okay.
I want to be clear about this. That's clear, like including sprinklers, everything. So basically you have an allowance for the thickness of the slab
Mhm.
as well as sprinklers. So it's 7'6" and 8'6" below the parking. So we're clear.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're taking into account any kind of beams or anything that the sprinklers have to get underneath, and
For sure.
it's a domino effect.
Because it's concrete construction, it's slab, so it's flat, so there are no beams, so it's a flat slab, and we've accounted the thickness of the slab and running all mechanical as well as sprinklers, et
Gotcha.
cetera.
So a couple more questions. You talked about the loading zones. You're going to keep both loading zones, one on Burtis and one on Cherry, right?
Yes,
And the Burtis loading zone, are either one of them going to have a specific, obviously the one on Cherry is more geared towards the garbage pickup for
Yes.
obvious reasons. It's only 18 feet long, and that's what the drawing shows. That's way smaller than any conventional trash pickup vehicle. That's a normal car.
we have the ability to adjust that, to make that larger there. Okay.
There is, but you need turning radiuses
Turning
for when
radius,
the
but
truck
let's
is there
go-
and
let's
loading.
Go back to that. Let's go back to Emily's plan, please. I think it's up at the top.
I just don't want you to create a loading zone for trash there that's
doesn't
undersized
work.
where you can see it happening, toters are being brought out at that particular hour and there's 30 of them, and then all of a sudden no one can get out of the complex
Okay.
because it's blocking the way.
Okay, so we do have the ability to work with that. We
Okay.
can speak to the police commission about making that a little bit larger.
Okay.
Because what you can see here is what we've done is put up what we're proposing is to put up a no parking loading zone.
Yep.
At all, so that there is no conflict, but it could be that becomes street parking in after 5
Right,
o'clock,
sure.
right? And because I think right now, the thought is to not have an early morning pickup.
Right.
And we would do something midday when there's less conflict on the street. And so that may be appropriate if we make it longer, then it also serves as a town space as well.
Got it.
Yes.
And just so we spoke directly with the company who's currently doing the pickup at 11 Burtis, and they gave us the sizing to plan for that loading zone. So
Okay,
that's kind of where we developed it from
okay.
on some basis.
Okay.
It's on,
that's
it's
helpful.
shown on the logistics plan for the trash.
We just had that one up before.
We previously spoke about vehicular traffic through the drive between the buildings and then coming out and discharging onto Cherry. You noted that the fire department, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you noted that the fire department is not requiring apparatus access through the complex?
That's accurate. The fire marshal submitted comments that they have no negative comments. They support the plan as it is proposed in concept. Of course, they look at it again as part of the building permit review, but there is access around the site. So if we're looking at the site plan as it is right now, you have access to the 2 multifamily buildings, both on Burtis Street and then through the private driveway. Again, you have additional access to the townhomes and to the multifamily out on Cherry Street. And then even the townhome in the back, if the fire truck had to park on Cherry Street or you pull into that back driveway, it can access the townhome number 1 in the rear.
Access townhome number 1, how?
Yes. Oh, because it can snake a hose all the way down.
Yeah, but there's no ladder access or truck vehicular access or apparatus access to that.
that I'm just repeating the comments that they had, that they
Uh-huh.
had made, that they felt that there was sufficient space to be able to
Okay.
safely care for people who lived in that building.
Um,
But certainly there's another review, but there are written comments that have
Sure.
been sent to you, and then there's another level of review.
Additionally, for deliveries, we had talked about this as well. The Burtis Avenue loading zone that's being expanded slightly, that would be for daily deliveries, Amazon, UPS, all of that. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So how does that delivery person, knowing that there's 25 units in here, most likely it's a delivery on a hand truck and multiple packages. How does he get into the building if there's steps?
If we can go over to the delivery logistics plan, please. This is one of them. So they park in the space. There's a central mail room that is located there. And so all of the access is brought there. There is a hand truck. I mean, if there's a large box or something that couldn't be accessed through the stairs, one could go through the garage and access the elevator from the garage.
So they would unload there, come through the garage into a mailroom, is that right?
They can access, when they come upstairs, they can access that into the mailroom.
All right,
Go to
where-
the
where's the
second,
mail-
if you go down, there's that is a delivery plan. And then here.
I'm looking
you
at it.
go in. Hold on,
So where
I'm
on
gonna
that
get-
plan is
It's
the-
hard for me to read it on this screen, so I'm gonna
Sure.
get a little bit closer to this one that I have in front of me. So we have two deliveries. We have a delivery plan, right? So that would be a
Each
large
step's here,
delivery. It
each
can be
step
brought
here.
into the lobby to access 2125 Burtis. And then we have a mail delivery space. You can see where the mail room is back through the lobby. And then we have a separate move
What
in,
would that
move
be?
out plan, and that is
Alright.
a third plan that accesses different points throughout the site, including elevators down from garage levels.
All right, I don't have that plan in front of me. I'll dig it up.
Oh, here.
Yeah, I'd like to understand that path of travel because right now it doesn't seem like unloading in that zone is gonna get you far. Yeah, no, I have that drawing, but this doesn't show it.
This doesn't show
This does not show a mailroom.
how you get up.
Yeah, doesn't, doesn't
this
show how
there,
you
this
get
is
up.
the-
This shows the lower level, not the upper
Retail,
lobby
yeah.
level, and it doesn't show.
Here it is.
So,
Here.
so I think the idea here,
Oh,
I'm
different drawing.
Philip from Replace. Studio. I think, so the idea here is much the way if a Amazon truck comes to your house, right? They have a number of
It's
packages.
very different.
But I'm describing sort of the process of how you're gonna get through. So they park there, right? They park out on Burtis.
Mhm.
They unload their packages.
Mhm.
It's a loading zone. Go into the lobby there, right? So they go up and they go up 3 or 4 steps into the lobby.
Well, that's the issue, right? When,
You could-
and going into a commercial property, they're not just coming up 3 or 4 steps. I have that diagram that you were
Mhm.
describing. They're going up an initial set of 3 or 4 steps, and then they're going up an additional set of steps.
No, that's
No?
not. So what they'll do is they'll go up 3 or 4 steps to that first door. There's a doorman there.
Yeah.
And they'll deliver the packages to the doorman there.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I had a mouse, I could show you where. There'll be a lobby desk there. And then there's a small elevator right next to where the lobby desk is. And literally, there's an elevator down into the package room. So once it's delivered to the doorman is responsible for the distribution of the packages into the complex. So that the Amazon man will go, or woman, will go into the lobby, go up those 3 or 4 steps, deliver the packages to the doorman. And then from where the lobby is, and can someone go to the? who's-
No, I get it. I'm just, I'm
They
I'm
aren't,
questioning whether you're creating a problem for deliveries, trying to get up steps with a hand truck full of packages where 6 months down the line, the logistics of how deliveries are done here are going to change, and you're going to end up with, boxes on the sidewalks for, it's
I mean,
traversing steps for a delivery guy who's delivering packages for some number of the 25 tenants. it doesn't seem like an easy task.
Right, I don't want to make it off the cuff, but we can make a portion of those stairs a ramp. And he can
Maybe.
ramp up to the lobby there. And essentially, for package delivery from there, it doesn't go anywhere else.
Yeah, I would revisit it. That's all.
Okay.
Because this is, as much as it is residential, is kind of a hybrid between a residential and commercial building in terms of scale, accessibility,
We definitely understand
et
that.
cetera. So we want to give the pathways that are necessary so that your logistics plans do work in the future.
Mhm.
And we don't end up in a pickle where
I agree.
stuff
I'm with you.
gets modified.
I have a question to pose, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I have a question on the chart you handed out today, SP-1.0. It's a landscape plan.
Sure. We can go back to landscape plan, please.
Wonder if you could comment on the plan on the use of locally indigenous plants, as well as how you thought about how the landscape plan would provide support for birds, pollinators, food, forage, shelter, and so forth.
May I invite Tom up to answer that question for you? Because I think he has used all local plants, and the 3 trees that have been added behind that refuse area. You've been provided with this image. I'll just hold it up to the screen. These are the sugar gums that are going to be used as screening for the adjacent townhouse.
I had a question on that afterwards. If we
Okay.
could deal with this first. Thank you,
Thank you, Tom.
Ms. Kaufman.
Yeah. No problem. So typically in a commercial application, we use a blend of native and adaptive plant materials to find the right balance for maintenance, durability, et cetera. So I think that's reflected in this plan. And then for the pollinators and the, habitat creating for insects, birds, et cetera, that would be done in the ground cover and perennial areas. That would be mainly along Cherry, as well as the backyard patio areas of the townhouses. And we will be trying to get as much in the 2 elevated private courtyard areas for the residents. We haven't gotten into the exact details of all those, and those plant materials would be better defined in like a construction bid document level drawing. But those are in the plans and in our mind.
So the list that's on SP-1.0
Mhm.
might be modified as the project proceeds.
Yeah, as we get into the finer details, we'll pick out final plant selections. That's just the general idea of what we're thinking at this level. But during the design process, it'll get refined as we get closer to construction.
Thank you. This picture was delivered to us today.
Yes.
Could you tell us what this is and where it's going to go?
Yes, sure. So the images, they're not up on the screen. I don't know if they have them available, but it is the plant type that would go at the exit drive in place of the birch trees that we originally had. Because of the snow removal and the waste management plan, we can't get those wider, bushier trees. So we went with a more upright and narrow tree that would still get us some height, texture, and interest to screen the Cherry Street side. They're pretty interesting. They get about 4 feet wide, so they're pretty narrow, and they get 35 to 50 feet tall. This is just one example. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 of them in a row. We would have 3 on each side of the driveway to kind of balance it and give you some screening on the townhouse, as well as 25 Bertus.
Also, the picket line of trees you have around the the parking lot for the telephone building. What are those going to be?
Those are an arborvitae. The variety is Hetz wintergreen. They're a little more narrow and compact variety.
What height would they have at maturity?
8 to 10.
8 to 10.
No, that's installed. I do not know the exact height on them, but I could get back to you with that. on that variety.
What I'm getting to on this is similar to Commissioner Radman's question is fire issues, since it's very close to those two townhouse 1 and 2. If it's quite high, access perhaps from the parking lot to those, if necessary, might be an issue. I'm just wondering if the fire marshal's aware of the ultimate height of these trees and therefore how it might affect access to those two buildings in the case of an emergency.
I will say the fire marshal reviewed the full plan set, including the landscape plan. He hasn't commented on some of these revisions now, but I don't know that those would have changed his comments. But also at the time of building permit review, there is a code level requirement by the architect that is submitted to the fire marshal. That's inclusive of all potential obstructions, heights of things, fencing, different widths between buildings. If you'll recall, one of the requests that we made by special permit is actually to reduce a recommended distance between these townhomes by a few feet. And he's comfortable with that as well, because it has to do with the type of material and code materials that you use and different. I don't want to say it's a point system, but it's you do receive a certain amount of credits towards the fire safety rating ultimately. And so that is adjusted in that.
Thank you, Ms. Goff. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I have a couple of quick questions. Are these deciduous or evergreen?
Deciduous.
So in the winter, they have no leaves,
They have a tight branching structure. Yeah.
no leaves.
So although they're deciduous, they do have a really dense branching structure that gives them winter interest. And just to follow up on that, the perimeter trees have been on the plan since day one. So the fire marshal has reviewed that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And my second question is for the architect. On the material, the finishes, you previously had shown us a limestone panel. It was I believe a rain screen type, so it had some nice joints, some texture. The rendering I'm looking at right now is monolithic, looks like butt joints.
Yeah, I'm
and
sorry
it
if
got
the-
very boring all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'm sorry if the printout isn't as good as what we see on the screen. I wish we could figure out how to get the screen to show what our thinking is.
Mhm.
And our hoping was that the rendering would help deal with that issue of that monolithic comment, which is why we produced this new rendering. So, and again, let's see if we can see the whole, right? You can begin to see the sort of the dimensioning of the various panels here. But it isn't meant to be viewed, I guess, that close up. So if somebody could pull it back perhaps, so you could see Burtis. The whole point was to begin to talk about the interest not only of the sort of the Victorian structure to the right, and then the way in which, again, pull back, please. Can somebody pull back? No. And you could begin to see sort of, you have the storefront right there, and then you begin to see the next lobby, and then how it begins to pull out towards the sidewalk. Again, we've widened the sidewalk there 18 inches, and then the entry for the car, and then how the front of the next building engages the sidewalk, and then how it steps back, and you have a lobby and the steps up, and then the fieldstone. I think, truth be told, I'm not so sure the detailing, it's hard to get the detailing quite right in the rendering, but you can begin to see the measured nature of the limestone, hopefully in the rendering a little bit. I don't know what your printout looks like.
No, I follow it, but I think it's very important that you have a detailed drawing that's dimensioned and that the actual materials are submitted.
I mean,
We have a history of developers changing materials.
that's not us. So if, again, like with this, like we brought the materials because we knew that this discussion, we were actually hoping to have this discussion, and we're very much committed to limestone and actually creating not a monolithic facade, but something that's interesting. And if somebody could like perhaps zoom, you can't zoom out.
Well, I think we could probably handle it with a condition. So,
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
thanks.
Is there a difference in the materials above the water table band and below as it approaches the sidewalk?
No,
So that's all the same.
same.
This is John Chris, a question, review of my ignorance. When you say limestone, this is an actual natural rock. Okay, it's not concrete and mixed in with, okay.
It's actual limestone.
Got it.
We would actually enter it into whatever the record is to say this is what we're doing. We're not. I think for us, one of the keys to making this housing development special and to make it something that's very unique in the town is to both fit in, but also to raise the level of quality to what you see along Burtis. And so for us, we actually think that the folks who are willing to move in here will want that level of quality. And so that's why we're really committed to making it something that's both, I think, austere, but also something that brings a level of interest. And also is something that probably hasn't necessarily been done in New Canaan in a way where we're challenged by a really interesting street. And it's sort of like, okay, how can you break up the street in a way and this out and in? And I think this is a result of our conversations with you guys, this out and in, offering some retail, some lobby, some fieldstone, particularly along a street where if you looked at the other side, you're talking about the ironworks, you're talking about a strip mall with a laundromat in it, you're talking about the egress from Citibank, you're talking about the side of the Chase building. Like, we're working with what we got here, but we're trying to do something super special. And so for us, the materiality of that facade is something we're willing to actually spend capital on, because we think it's super important to make this a really great place to be and to live. So that's, we think it's actually a really, if done well and detailed well, and I agree with you on that, the detailing will be critical to this succeeding, is something that we're committed to. And it's really hard to show in a rendering. So I agree with you. The details will be, it's in the details and we're committed to doing that. So anyway, thank you.
I can have opinions about how it looks, but really, it wouldn't change my vote one way or the other. I mean, I think you've done a great job with the design, generally speaking. So the one thing I'm going to focus on is the exit onto Cherry Street. It's the one thing that's changed the most, and it's probably gotten the most questions. The landscaping has changed. Can I assume, first of all, that exit, I can only turn right?
That's correct. It will be a right turn only.
Okay, having exited the Home Depot parking lot for so many years, which also is only a right turn, and watched 50% of everybody make a left anyway out of the Home Depot parking lot. I'm worried about the safety of that intersection. I'm worried about people making a left anyway. I'm worried about the fact that we've asked you to make so much screening there to screen all the garbage that it's going to be very difficult to look left as you come out of that exit and see the cars coming around the corner. I know we've asked that question before, but we've added more plants since then. And I just think that that's probably the weak point on the entire, you've addressed most of the questions, all of the questions about circulation and fire safety, but that exit is probably the most critical part of the plan at this point.
I will invite our traffic engineer up to revisit the comments about this, but in the traffic report and in the supplemental traffic report, which we went over at length, the data all points to the revision of this exit driveway will result in increased safety and a reduction in vehicular conflict here.
Versus what's there now.
Versus what's there now, absolutely. But I think that's, important statistic when we're looking at this. But right now, you do have a vacant parking lot where you have a parking lot that is undeveloped, where people come in and out. You can slightly see underneath this image where that's located. I've parked there many times, coming in and out at various points over the day over the last year and a half working on this project. And sometimes it's a challenge to come out and to take that left. And I take a right out of, this is just personal conjecture, but I'll take a right out of convenience and safety. But I think that, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah,
Okay.
just, I mean, one of the things to remember here is that the folks who are actually exiting out of there are exiting out of there every day. So it isn't like a Home Depot situation where people are like in unusual circumstances and they don't know which way to go. All of these folks, and I mean, probably 95% of the people who are driving there live there. And so the idea that they learn the behavior of like, oh, you got to take a right here, I think isn't immediate. It's basically built over time. And I think with the striping and the way we've striped the street, essentially, and the curvature of the road, I actually think it's like a really, it's a great solution that it's right only. Like I actually, when we first started designing it and we were looking at it and we were trying to understand and we were like, well, could we be able to go left? We're like, no, it doesn't make sense. And so everything we've done in the design has tried to cue the drivers and the people who live there to actually go right. So,
But the easiest, by far the easiest way to get out to 123 and get to the Merritt Parkway is going to be making a left rather than making a right, going to the traffic light, taking a left on the very busy library intersection, and then attempting to make one of the following lefts to get out to 123. It's just going to be tremendously tempting. And I see the solution for this one of these days is a kludge where we put a bunch of bollards that prevent people from crossing over into the other lane. But that's not my problem today. My problem today is the sight lines, the fact that we've got all those cars parked there and shrubbery to the left of that entrance in order to block the visuals of the garbage, right? So you've got trees. Do you have trees in that corner?
no.
No. So
And you have one there now, but we don't,
So that's
one
going
we're
to be
removing.
eliminated, and that didn't get added to in the changes to the landscaping plan.
No, the changes were actually along Townhouse 4. So it's actually, if you're going right, and I think that's why the choice of the very thin, it's more a screening device against the building.
So they're low shrubs to my left,
Yeah.
and I can see over the cars.
If you want to go back to the landscape plan, the trees are against the site wall and against the 25 Burtis building. So the triangles have open lawn in front of them. So you could look left or right and it's clear.
Okay.
Can't reach. So those two areas are lawn.
Our pavers, grass
Grass
pavers
pavers where the waste bins would go.
for a half
And
hour.
lawn on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think just currently where you are allowed to take a left, there's actually a tree that exists today that we're actually proposing to remove. It's one of the ones that we're not keeping, that actually sits right on the triangle and actually blocks.
Yeah, but it's
even
set
further though.
it's set very far back. It's probably 20 to 30 feet back from the curb.
It's actually in the triangle. So the
I know.
triangle site is,
I know, it's
it's
right at the-
actually not on our current.
I understand.
ownership.
It's right at the back corner, inside corner of that
Correct.
triangle.
Correct.
So it doesn't really block the view. What I'm concerned about, to echo Mr. Engel's concern, is you're proposing 3 trees to be planted, denoted as UA type trees on your landscape plan along that sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the stone wall, that are basically blocking the view of oncoming traffic coming south on Cherry.
You know which ones he's.
Why don't we speak quickly to, want to speak to the sightlines as well?
Oh, yeah. So part of, as the landscape plan is developed is within the site triangle, which you have on other plans. In the circulation study, we show the site distance triangle. So within that, vegetation has to be under 3 feet. And then if there are trees, the the leaves and the greenery has to be within the sight range of someone in a vehicle. So that is a engineering requirement.
So how tall are the UA trees that are being planted?
Almost Japonica.
Yeah, they're elm trees. So I'll look at the plan and tell you what they are, but they're 3-inch to 3.5-inch caliper. But in this case, they would have to meet whatever traffic requirements the engineer is telling us. So we can make sure that in the final bidding drawings that we specify those trees to be a certain height, or their branches to be at a certain height, their lowest branches.
Deciduous. And the determination to go right only out of that exit, that was based on the recommendations of the traffic engineer or the town engineer?
We've met with everyone and received comments. So I think it was also, what was that?
I
Yeah,
can
please
say,
do.
so it originally came from the traffic engineer from us, because looking at the curvature of the road, looking to be able to turn left is the sight distance wasn't there. So we,
Well, if you're planting in view of that sight line, then that you're right.
regardless of planting,
Okay. There, it's a left out now. It's a left and a right out now.
and the existing driveway does not meet required sight distance for the speed that the vehicles are going on Cherry Street.
This is Commissioner Chris. I'm wondering if the applicant would consider perhaps posing the question to the police commission on whether a sign perhaps towards Burtis saying hidden drive ahead. I mean, I've often seen these in traffic where you're turning a corner and there's a access road that you can't see and you're maybe moving quickly, let you know that cars may be coming out and you should be aware of that. But I would leave it at their discretion whether they think it's necessary, but I've seen these in many roadways, as I'm sure you all have too. It might be an extra safety effort.
That would be
Just
fine.
to-
We'd be fine doing that.
It's also important to note that there is an intersection coming up, so vehicles are most likely slowing down as they get to the intersection too. So they're not, and it's a curve, so they're not speeding around the curve.
Really?
The expectation.
Likely, but it meets.
Haven't driven into Canyon often, I guess.
I do.
We got speeding data there, so we did get the actual speeding, the actual speeds that vehicles were traveling.
But the warning sign might be useful. I would
Yeah,
post
that's,
We're pleased to go to the police commission and recommend that. And also to the extent that the commission doesn't think that there are certain trees that should remain on the site plan, we are open to removing those. We made a proposal using our best discretion for both aesthetic and safety, but if there is a recommendation you have to remove something, we're certainly open to that too.
So one recommendation that I would ask you investigate, again, to Mr. Engel's point and the left out and human nature. You are proposing to keep that parallel parking area to the north of the current one-way exit, right? For some number of cars. It's just all green here, so I'm assuming it's probably 4 or 5 cars or so.
Town parking. So yes, we would
Solid.
not recommend that it is.
If the parking in that area were limited, were reduced by, for example, 1 car
Mhm.
or maybe 2 cars, possibly.
Mhm.
How much better would that improve the view angle out onto Cherry Street North in terms of the traffic evaluation? And would it improve it to a point where then the determination to have both a left and right out is safe? Because I agree with Mr. Engel. Everyone's going to make a left out of there, regardless of what the sign and striping says. It's just human nature.
They might put those sticks between in order.
Who's
to-
they?
The police commission in order to solve this. I
Okay,
mean,
so
but that
look,
would be a
look,
shame.
Look, we can,
I think, yeah.
I think we can condition this to consult with the police commission.
Yep.
So let's keep.
That's
moving.
enough.
Yeah, we beat this to death.
Sorry.
Just making that note. That concludes our new material. If there are any additional questions, we welcome them. And we think we've presented everything that we have to give you. We think that this is been a very comprehensive process, and we thank you for the time that you put into it. You'll recall that you do have narratives, zoning charts, and and breakdowns from us regarding every special exception and inclusive of the reasons and conditions, both in the regulations and in the town of plan conservation and development that demonstrate why those special permit requests have been met and how they satisfy the town plan of development as well.
Commissioners, everybody good?
And one question on affordability, which Ms. Kaufman mentioned, but we didn't discuss. Could you talk about the affordable units, how many bedrooms they are and what buildings they would be in?
Oh,
We discussed this
we
last
did, we
time.
discussed this the last time, sure, I'd be
Said you
happy
would have
to.
mentioned, you mentioned it, but you didn't talk about it, so.
I mentioned it to the extent that we have our draft.
Well, is it the same, is it the same plan you talked
It
about
is
the
the
last
same
meeting?
plan. We have not changed
no
that plan. We
changes.
still have
Okay,
the
got
three
it.
affordable units, fractional payment on the fourth unit.
Okay,
And
great.
we
Anybody
increased
else?
The bedrooms and locations, no changes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
anybody else? Okay, would anyone from the public like to address this application? Anybody in Zoom land, Lynn?
Does anyone on Zoom want to speak on this application? Please raise your icon hand, please.
Okay, while Lynn's checking, I would like to note that this application is the first application that will use New Canaan's new affordable housing regulations, therefore showing that we can work with applicants to do affordable housing without not being able to work with applicants.
Thank
Okay,
you. It's
we're
been a
good?
pleasure.
Okay, this hearing's closed.
Thank
Thank you. Okay. Item number one, CGS 824 review request from Kevin Moynihan, first selectman for proposed cell tower at West School. First selectman requests the commission review pursuant to CGS section 824 proposal by Homeland Towers and Verizon Wireless to lease property and to construct a cell tower on the 47.47 acre property owned by the town at 769 Ponus Ridge Road. Before we get going on the applicant presentation, what I would like to note is what the commission has to address tonight is every 10 years, we do a plan of conservation and development. And the approach that the commission's taken, we're actually embarking on our new one, hopefully within the next 6 months or so. And what this plan represents is a long-term development plan for the town. And so when municipal improvements are proposed for the town has to come to the commission. And what we have to determine is whether the proposed improvement, in this case, a lease, is consistent or not consistent with the plan of conservation and development. So later, when we get to public comment, I'll request the public to sort of try to think about it in those terms. Is this consistent with a long-term plan for the town of New Canaan? Second thing I'd like to note is that maybe Dan, 3-4 years ago, we did our affordable.
Yeah, 4 years ago.
4 years ago, we realized that our telecommunications regulations were dated. And so we engaged in a process. We hired a consultant. We updated those regulations. Included in those regulations was the ability for us to grant a special permit for, in this case, such a lease as of this. Over the past 4 or 5 weeks, it's emerged that we do not have jurisdiction over this type of lease to grant a special permit. And for one of the before, I'm going to ask Attorney Gelderman, who is with the town attorney, to talk to the reasoning behind why we do not have the jurisdiction over a special permit. Now, that said, one of the reasons why this is also relevant is that what this means is typically with an 824 review, this commission has historically not taken public input. We will be taking public input tonight on the assumption that we agree with the attorneys that typically in a special permit process, you do take public input. So from the Planning and Zoning Commission's perspective, this now becomes our opportunity to take public input. So we will be taking public input tonight. But before I turn it over to the applicant, as I talked to the commission about this at our last meeting, which was around midnight about 2 weeks ago. Everybody was groggy, me more so than most. But the one thing I told the commissioners was I wanted the town attorney to explain to us why our special permit criteria would not have jurisdiction in this case. So Attorney Gelderman, if you kindly
So you can hear me? Is this on? Okay. Good evening, commissioners, Mr. Chairman. Essentially, it's the jurisdiction on telecommunication towers is limited to the Connecticut Siting Council for the location of those towers. So it's exclusive. The jurisdiction is exclusive. It says that not only in the statute, but also there is case law that supports that. And I understand that a few years back when the regulation was adopted, that purported to include telecommunication towers on town-owned land within the special permit requirements of the regulations. I don't know, and I wasn't there. I don't know exactly what happened. We did speak to Glenn Chalder, who was our consultant at the time, and asked him if he had any recollection of that. He said, well, he knows when he sent over the regulation, it did not include any special permit language in it. It was added at some point in time. The word tower was added in a couple of locations. He didn't, and he said to us, well, no, I would not have put that in there because the town doesn't have jurisdiction over siting council issues, over the location of the tower, even on town property. That's not to say the town doesn't have a say in it. Town has 100% of the say in it. The town doesn't have to lease its property to anybody if they don't want to. That action happens through the Board of Selectmen and ultimately the town council. And this commission will also have another opportunity to review the application when it comes back for comments from the siting council. The siting council always comes back to local planning and zoning commissions for comments that they will put into their record. But in terms of a special permit, there really is no effective review of a special permit for the location of the tower. Town is treated like any other property owner in that respect. So I know there was some question about that. So we did some research. Ira, as you may know, took a look at I did not see the tape. Ira did. He went back and looked at it to try to get some historical perspective on that and take a look at some of the correspondence that went back and forth. And so the conclusion from the office is that it will not come back to the P&Z as on a special permit application or site plan application. So tonight you're wearing your planning hat as opposed to a zoning hat. You'll have the ability to wear your zoning hat when you make comments to the siting council down the road. And of course, that presupposes that the town through the Board of Selectmen and the town council ultimately makes a determination that this is where they want to go. So, but tonight, again, the consideration is the 824, same considerations that you had when you took a look at a sewer extension recently. So you're looking at primarily the plan of conservation and development. I don't believe that you're limited necessarily to the plan of conservation and development and making planning determinations. I think that's the primary guide for this commission making planning determinations.
And Attorney Gelderman, while you're on that point, so let's say we were to make a positive referral, can we attach recommendations to a positive referral?
Absolutely. Yeah, and if you make a negative recommendation, the matter it can only go forward if the town council by a 2/3 vote as opposed to a majority vote decides to reverse your recommendation and adopt it, the project, basically.
Everybody good?
Is
Okay.
that 2/3 requirement only if we recommend against?
Against. The statute says a project shall not proceed without a positive report from the Planning and Zoning Commission, or in the case of a town council, a 2/3 vote. Case of a town meeting, a majority vote, but in the case of a town council, you have a 2/3 vote. So one of those two things has to happen for if you render a negative report, then the only thing left is a 2/3 vote of the town council.
Everybody good? Okay, Mr. Ward.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to recuse myself from this particular 824 application. My home is within 600 feet of the proposed location of the cell tower, so I obviously have a personal interest, and it would not be appropriate for me to be on the council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ward. Appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Moynihan? Sure.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Goodwin and Commissioners for holding this public meeting tonight to review a proposed cell tower at the 47.47 acre town-owned property at 769 Ponus Ridge Road that is being proposed by Homeland Towers and Verizon Wireless. This meeting tonight is the beginning of a process before several town bodies and the Connecticut Siting Council, which will entail ample opportunity for public comment and participation by residents, neighbors, and members of the West School community. I would note that Homeland Towers was selected by the town in August 2016 pursuant to an RFP to be the town's partner in finding solutions to improving cell service in town. I would like to introduce and welcome Ray Vergati in the center there and Manny Vincente of Homeland Towers based in Danbury for their presentation tonight, along with their engineering consultant. I would also like to introduce and welcome Verizon Wireless's attorney, Ken Baldwin, who is with the Hartford law firm of Robinson and Cole. I've been working with Ken for most of the last decade since I served on the town council, and I appreciate his and Verizon's dedication to serving New Canaan with improved cell service. The need for improved cell service on the west side of town has been well documented over the last decade by both by the carriers and by independent consultants hired by the town, especially after the greatly expanded use of smartphones by virtually every adult and teenager in town. It is important to note that the quality cell service is critical to the safety of our residents, since about 75% of 911 calls nationwide are now made by cell phone. Quality cell service is also critical for our first responders, police, fire, and EMS, and public works, for them to do their jobs effectively, especially in times of emergencies when the power goes out and residents lose their cable-based phone service. Police, fire, and our ambulance depend more and more on cell service for the data streams that power their vehicle-based computers and devices that receive and send critical data to support their work. I thank you again for serving and for your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vergati?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I'll start again, Ken Baldwin with Robinson and Cole on behalf of Homeland Towers and Verizon Wireless. I'll try to be brief so as not to repeat things you've already heard. But in addition to Ray Vergati, to Ray's left is Mr. Robert Burns. Bob is a professional engineer with All Points Technology and the project engineer here on the screen. Zooming into the meeting in the upper left-hand corner is Dean Gustafson. Dean's a senior wetland scientist also with All Points Technology. And then below Dean on the screen is Shiba Gadasu, Gadasu. He's a radio frequency engineer responsible for Fairfield County, and he works at Verizon Wireless. We've included some information that we'll go through briefly with slides, but you have a couple things in front of you. First, you have 4 different coverage plots, and these are produced by Mr. Gadasu, showing Verizon Wireless's existing coverage. We'll go through them in a little bit more detail in a second, but showing Verizon's existing service in New Canaan, then the existing service with the proposed West School parcel. And then what we did in order to give you a better sense of what Verizon's plans are for the future, we've included coverage from 3 additional sites that Verizon calls New Canaan Northwest, which is the existing site that's pending before the Connecticut Siting Council up near the reservoir. The New Canaan Country Club Tower, which Verizon has been working on for about forever to try and get on. That is progressing and moving forward. And then the recent tower that Homeland built up off of Soundview, and we'll be talking about that site as well. So we basically looked ahead and said, okay, what happens when and if all of these towers are occupied by Verizon antennas, what does coverage look like then? And then what does that coverage look like when you add West School to that? So we can talk about that in a second. Also just want to point out, all of this, I think, is part of the Siting Council's municipal consultation process. A number of years ago, the legislature changed the timing of that process from 60 days to 90 days. And it allows municipalities like New Canaan to spend some time to think about the proposals and get their comments together so that when the application is ultimately submitted to the Siting Council, the town has had ample opportunity to present its concerns, remarks, and otherwise. That's kind of the second step. We are here tonight as a part of this 824 process to talk to you about your role in the town's ultimate leasing process. As Attorney Gelderman said, if the town decides not to lease this parcel to Homeland Towers, we're nowhere. So this is a part of that initial process, but it also serves the purpose of that pre-application, that municipal consultation process that the Siting Council has set out. Jumping back real quickly to the plots, what the plots show, the very first plot that you have, and then if you could just, okay, great. What this first plot shows, again, I stated, this is existing service in New Canaan, and it also includes sites in Stamford, given their proximity to the New Canaan town line. You can see the boundary of New Canaan, which is that black line in the map. And this map shows sites in New Canaan, 3 small cell sites, 1 down along the Merritt Parkway, and then 2 up near the train stations in the center of town. And then 2 what I'll call macro cell facilities, 1 at 39 Locust Street. It's a rooftop facility that has been there for a number of years. And then the Waveney Park water tank down in Waveney Park, where Verizon has been for several years. That's it for the moment. That's all the coverage that Verizon has in town. And then everyone is aware of the service limitations that Verizon currently has in New Canaan. If you go to the next plot, have in front of you, that superimposes the coverage that Verizon could achieve from installing antennas at the top of the 145-foot tower at West School. And you see how it fills in nicely a large area in the center of town. Jumping ahead, one additional plot, again, this is the one I explained. It includes the coverage that Verizon anticipates it would get from Bonus Bridge Tower site up near the reservoir, which is identified as New Canaan Northwest. New Canaan Country Club site, which is a little bit further to the east from the New Canaan Northwest site. And then what Verizon calls New Canaan Northeast 2, which is the Soundview Drive site that is recently constructed by Homeland Towers. So what happens when you include those 3 sites into the mix is you pretty much create the donut. And if you look in the middle of that where the West School property is located, there's the hole we're trying to fill. And if you go to the 4th plot, it would be helpful to see how we feel about the donuts. That West School site does a very nice job of getting that hole in the middle of those other sites. So if all 4 of those sites are developed in the very near future, Verizon all of a sudden increases its coverage to probably about 90% of the land area in New Canaan, which is obviously a very helpful and fruitful goal. And that's not even addressing the town's emergency service needs. That's just Verizon's needs. This commission and the town in general is certainly aware of AT&T has been being in town. The anchors on several of these other tower sites. So I won't speak as to what they're doing in town. And again, these plots show Verizon wireless service at 700 megahertz, which is the largest covered footprint, and therefore every other frequency that they would operate in town would be within those covered footprints. But we wanted to give you that general best case scenario for these covered plots. I'm going to hand it off to Ray. Ray obviously has a lot of history in New Canaan, and is going to talk to you about this site in particular, how he got here, his history and development plans for the West School property.
Sure. Thank you, Ken. For the record, Ray Brigatti, I'm the regional manager with Homeland Towers. Just want to thank the chairman and the commission for giving us the time this evening to talk about this project. As a regional manager, it's my job to go out and secure sites. Holman is a developer. We simply build the infrastructure, and this is critical infrastructure, just like water, sewer, electric. This is critical infrastructure that helps first responders in providing, proper coverage, obviously, throughout towns. When there's no existing structures in an area via a billboard or an existing tower or transmission pole, Homeland Towers has to approach a ground owner for a new tower. And I have to check a number of boxes. I have to have an interested landlord. We hope the town is interested in moving forward on this project, obviously. I have to make sure it worked for the carriers. These sites are very specific. They're very driven by terrain, location on their existing networks, line of sight. So there's a science to it. And we're here because this site checks that box for Verizon. And we know from experience that AT&T also had an interest 12 years ago in this same location. I look for a site that's going to have the least visual and environmental impact to a community. And what I mean by that is if I lived in the area, I look for large parcels, well-wooded parcels that have excellent screening, that have decent setbacks from schools, from homes, from daycares, and so forth. We think we check the box here as well. We'll get into the site plan. I have to have a site that is constructible, meaning we have to bring an access road to the site. We bring utilities to the site. I can't build it in the middle of a swamp. I can't build it on the top of a mountain. It has to be accessible, obviously, for construction vehicles and fire apparatus vehicles. This site checks the box. So how did we get here tonight? The town, very interesting enough, did a wireless survey almost to the day, 10 years ago, October 25th. And in that survey, it was an online survey the town did, and it polled the residents of New Canaan. And a couple of surveys was, 91% of people wanted more towers, better coverage in town. There was a question in there, how many times did a resident make a call to fire, police, EMS, and a call was dropped or didn't go through? That was 12% of the time. I read some comments that service was a joke, and this is going back to 2010. It's gotten better, obviously, actually 2012. It's gotten better. Let's come up to the 21st century. Real estates are affected poorly because there's no coverage. First responders can't do their job. So everyone has an opinion about these sites, obviously. I've been working in New Canaan now for about 8-9 years. I was the one that negotiated and permitted a site with Dr. Ackerman at Silver Hill Hospital. I was the gentleman through Homeland Towers that did a lease with the Richies over at 183 Soundview Lane. And we currently, as Ken mentioned, have a pending application before the Siting Council for a site at 1837 Ponus Ridge Road, south and northwest section. So the wireless survey spoke for itself back then. And we've come back now to this location on the west side, because on top of the wireless survey that the town ran, you folks also hired an independent consultant by the name of Centerline back in 2010. Centerline looked at all the properties, looked at town as a comprehensive plan, and figured out where these sites were needed. Overwhelmingly, the northeast and northwest sections of town, a site was needed. The east side, a site was needed. And the west side, a site was needed. We've been successful in filling 3 out of those 4 holes. The east with Silver Hill, the northeast, Soundview Lane, the northwest, hopefully, with Ponus Ridge Road. And now this is the 4th puzzle piece. We're hopeful that this will go through the 824 approval process. We were awarded back in 2016 through a very rigorous process that the town did through an RFP process. We were awarded to be basically a partner with the town, to recognize the needs, to be sensitive to doing these sites properly. And I would invite anybody in this room, anybody in this commission, to take a look at Silver Hill Hospital, to take a look at Soundview Lane. Ponus Ridge is not built yet. We're very proud of the Soundview Lane property. It's a 90-foot faux monopine tree at the end of a cul-de-sac next to St. Luke's School, 250 feet away, 200 and some odd feet from our landlord's house, Keith and Marina Ritchie. And there were a lot of emotions that went on during that process. And I would invite anybody to go look at that, to see a tower up front, to see what it looks like, to see what a faux pine tree looks like. We're very proud of it. We're very proud of the sites we do. We're very proud to partner with municipalities and do very difficult sites, especially down here in Fairfield and Westchester and Southampton, New York. We started working with the town 27 for municipal sites. The town had nothing to offer on the east, northeast, or northwest. So we looked at the Irwin Park property and we looked at the West School property. And what we heard very loud and clear is go fix the northeast and northwest sections. I think, stuck in one hand, we've kept our word on that, and we're doing our best to solve those coverage gaps and public safety needs up in that area. So now this brings us down to the west side. And here we are 4 years later or so at West School. We think it checks the boxes, and we think that it's an appropriate site. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody has a perception, and I won't get into it. But some of the statements that I always hear, and some that I expect we'll hear tonight, is coverage is not needed. Well, that's false. The coverage plots prove that it's needed, that Verizon has proposed or put forward. And make no bones about it, AT&T pretty much has the same coverage footprint. I won't speak for them. They're not part of this joint venture. But the fact that they were looking at the same property back in 2010, nothing's been built since, speaks that their need is also very great. I hear a lot of comments that property values decreased 20, 30, 40%. Again, false perception. People in the real estate business can speak. It's almost the number one question that real estate agents now hear is their cell coverage. Millennials want to know that they can keep in touch with their children. They want to know that they can talk to their elderly parents. There's wireless security systems. It's becoming a part of the 21st wireless world that we live in. These sites cause health issues. Again, I can't go down the road of people's opinions and feelings and perceptions. These sites are governed by the FCC. The carriers play in the rules of the FCC very strictly. They look at it. They don't mess around with it. We provided a health and safety report, and Attorney Baldwin can certainly speak to that. But they don't cause health issues, and that's been proven, no matter what people may want to say they researched on the internet. There's new technology, I hear, coming down the road. Not in our lifetime. These sites are not going to satellite anytime soon. You cannot send a technician up to a satellite to fix a site when it goes down. These towers, these rooftops, these ground stations are here for a while. And if you don't believe me, look at the big stocks and look to see what the stock prices are doing. They're increasing because there's a need and it's not going away. And I'll just end by saying a lot of people will say, and I expect to hear it tonight, well, these sites shouldn't be located next to a school. People don't realize that these sites have been around since 1973 when the first cell phone call was made. A lot of people blindly forget that your own town has a St. Aloysius over by Main Street, 400 and some odd feet away is a cell site. They conveniently forget that at the Waveney Water Tank, 1,100 feet away from the high school, you have every carrier and public safety entity on that water tank. Let's call it a cell tower. That's exactly what it is. You have playing fields at the base of that tower. But yet it's very doubtful you'll ever hear a parent, and I'm a parent, I'm a grandfather, and I get it. I get it. And I understand there'll be concerns, and you folks have to listen with open ears. But this is not unprecedented to have a cell tower on school property. Yes, it's the West School. It's a 47.47 acre property. We started off 540 feet away from the school. We heard the commission 4 years ago, can you move it? We pushed it back to 840 feet. Can you get further back? We pushed it to 900 feet. And Mr. Burns can speak to where we are on that process. But we think we've been listening with our ears open. We think we have an appropriate site. Everyone will have their personal opinion, obviously, on how they feel about a cell tower in proximity, but this is not a precedent. Weston has a cell tower with 4 carriers on it, 200 feet away from the elementary school. And we can provide a list to go on and on and on. But I just want the commissioners to know, this is not an unprecedented fact that there's a cell tower going on school property. We think we've done our best to push it back. I'll talk more in depth on the visuals. We've done a preliminary view shed, unless Ken would like me to speak to that now.
Why don't we go to the plans real quickly, because I
Sure.
think it's important to understand the individual aspects of the proposal. Included in your packet behind the coverage plots is a set of preliminary project plans that Bob Burns is going to speak to now.
Thank you. Can we put those plans up on the screen by any chance? Thank you. For the record, my name is Robert Burns. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. I work for All Points Technologies. The facility we're talking about today is a approximately 47.5 acre parcel at 769 Ponus Ridge Road. The western portion of that parcel houses West Elementary School. The proposed facility is approximately the center of the parcel. It's the tower itself will be 900 feet from the school. We are proposing to access the facility from the existing cul-de-sac on Winfield Lane. It'll be accessed off of that cul-de-sac with a new 12-foot wide, approximately 650-foot long gravel access driveway commencing from the cul-de-sac onto the town-owned parcel and to the fenced-in facility. We will have to cross one wetlands with that driveway. We are crossing at its most narrow point. At that crossing, appropriate drainage culverts will be installed to ensure that the water continues to move as it does today. The compound itself we're proposing is a 50 foot by 50 foot gravel surfaced compound surrounded by an 8-foot high wooden stockade fence with a 12-foot wide access gate on the western side. The proposed compound has been sized for 4 carriers, Verizon being the anchor, 3 future carriers, and there's ground space for any ground equipment the municipality might need if they put antennas on the tower. Outside the fence on the southwest side of the compound is a proposed utility area, which will include a utility backboard, which will house the proposed electric meters, electric transformer, and a small telephone cabinet. This area will be surrounded by steel bollards for protection. The proposed electric and telco service that will feed the site will be installed underground off of Winfield Lane. We are initially showing it from a existing utility pole on the south side of Winfield Lane, but ultimately the utility company will tell us where we're pulling our services from. At that point, it'll run underground from that pole to the along Winfield Lane to the existing or the proposed driveway, and then along the driveway to the facility. All that will be underground. Inside the fence in the southwest corner, Verizon will have its ground equipment, which will include a propane fired generator, and there will be a propane tank on site for their generator fuel. In the center compound of the compound is a 145-foot tall tower with carrier antennas at 140, 30, 120, and those would be the center line of those antennas. The tower will be designed for those 4 carriers plus any municipal equipment, and the tower and the carrier antennas are at 10-foot intervals, as I stated. We are proposing plantings on the north and south side of the fence compound for screening. At this point, we're calling them out as eastern hemlocks, but that can be changed if someone deems it appropriate. And that's the facility. The road will be designed 12-foot wide. Some of the turns are a little wider so that we have construction access and not turns, the curves, and fire apparatus can make it to the compound.
As mentioned earlier, we talked about the Connecticut Siting Council and their jurisdiction over these facilities. Some of the other aspects that the Siting Council will review as a part of its process include an evaluation of environmental effects. And they look at everything from wetland and watercourse impacts. They'll be reviewing any wetland crossings, as Bob mentioned. They look at floodplain issues. They look at state and federal listed species that might be impacted by the facility. They look at how many trees are going to be cut down as a part of the development. They look at whether a tower is going to have any impact on historic districts or other archaeological resources. And then, as Ray mentioned and included in your packet, is an RF compliance report. And because at the end of the day, this facility must comply with the FCC standards as established for radio frequency emissions from facility base stations, just like this one. What Ray had Pinnacle Telecom Group do in an effort to produce for you a worst case scenario, if you would, is to assume that all 4 carriers were on the pole at the same time. And if you would jump to page 11 in that report, it shows that at various distances away from the base of the tower, what those emission levels would be. And if you think of it this way, the FCC establishes that safety standard based on frequencies, the power output from these antennas, and then it sets the standard. And that standard is arguably 100%, right? We can go up to 100% of that standard and still comply with the FCC standards, the safety standards they've established. The highest calculation for any RF readings from this facility, as demonstrated in this report, is 100 feet from the base of the tower. So you're still in the woods, and that's 2.7%. We're allowed to go to 100%, but we're at 2.7%. These are, in the grand scheme of things, these are very low-powered facilities. And generally speaking, the carriers never have a problem meeting the FCC standards, even when you can consider, as is done in this case, the cumulative effects of all 4 carriers being on the pole at the same time. So we provided you with that report just to demonstrate that we believe there's no problem complying with the FCC standards as it's been established. Also included in your package is a view shed analysis map that Ray's going to speak to a little bit, because obviously one of the biggest environmental effects of these facilities is visual. I've been doing this a long time. You can't hide these facilities, but I think this site does a pretty good job of doing it, and Ray's going to talk about that map.
Sure. Thank you, Ken. So we have a vendor by the name of Saratoga Associates that is a visual vendor. And they provide initially what's called a view shed analysis map. What you have before you is an aerial map. You'll see the radius circles that represent a half mile, a mile, and 2 miles. They use LiDAR, wonderful technology, to determine where there is potential or theoretical views for a facility above the tree line from open areas. I spoke to Saratoga Associates today, and I said, I just want to make sure I'm reading this view shed map correctly, because when you see the dark purple, that's theoretically where this top of the tower could be seen from. Because of the terrain, because of the size of the parcel, because of the mature screening, we're talking about less than an acre of potential visibility for this tower at 145 feet. Now, my 22 years of doing this, I've never, to be quite honest with you, I've done a tower site that has such little visual impact to an area. What we do is we do a real case analysis as well. And that really tells the full story, because LiDAR can't discern between leaf on and leaf off conditions. So what we would do if this project does go forward, we would have Saratoga Associates come out to the site. They would tether a 4-foot wide helium balloon. They would float it to a centerline height of 145 feet. And then they would drive the area roads, and they use this view shed map as kind of a trail of where they think views may or may not be from. They're going to have their work cut out for them to find a view of the top of this tower. But they will go to Frogtown Road, which is, there's one sliver of purple. That's about a half mile, maybe 2,200 feet from the proposed tower. It's on the street itself. And there's a small section right in front of the cul-de-sac on Winfield Lane as well. But they'll document both views and non-views of this balloon. And then what they will do is they will assemble a visual report, a very detailed report with photos. And it helps people see where the facility is seen from, as well as where it's not seen from. I would recommend if this project goes forward, that the balloon float is publicly noticed. It's preferable to do it on a weekend where residents are not at work and they have the ability to see it. We're at the whim of Mother Nature. The balloon float has to be done with low winds, no fog, no rain, and so forth. But I always recommend doing it leaf off conditions. That tells a true story. And the public notice for a balloon float can be written subsequent dates. You know, if we have a rain date, it will follow over to the following Saturday and so forth. But I must admit that this view shed map does tell a wonderful story as far as lack of views.
The last piece, Mr. Chairman, is I want to bring it back to why we're here tonight, and that is this board's review of the proposal to lease land to Homeland Towers, and whether it is in fact consistent with your 2014 Plan of Conservation and Development. I think the answer to that one's easy. The strategic element of your plan, one of the strategic elements of your plan is the enhancement of wireless service in the town. As these coverage maps demonstrate very clearly, the site at West School will do just that for Verizon Wireless, and I would submit that it would do it for the other carriers as well. There aren't very many tower sites in town, and with the exception of Verizon, hopefully that'll change very soon. AT&T, the other major carrier, T-Mobile, are either on or will be on all of the existing sites in town. So I would submit to you that their coverage footprints look a lot like Verizon's, and they will have the same problem and likely jump on the West School Tower site if it is approved, if it is leased, and if it is ultimately approved by the siting council in short order. We've gone on for a little while. I think I want to stop and answer any questions you may have.
I just want to. This Commissioner Chris had a couple questions, if I may.
That's where you just talk. Let's see if they're ready. Are you ready for questions?
So I'm just going to correct on the record. Attorney Baldwin had referenced the Pinnacle Development telecom report and some numbers from that report. I believe he's looking at a 2017 report that we did for this particular site back in 2017, April. That only included AT&T, I believe, at that time. We have an updated report that we ran, obviously, October of 2022. And the numbers basically still tell the same story, that with all four carriers, and those four carriers being Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and Dish, have a cumulative MPE of 4.75%, which is roughly 21 times below the magic number 100% that the FCC deems as a threshold. So the report is very much the same. It's just that this one's more updated. And if you don't have the updated one, we'll make sure we get it over to you folks.
Excuse.
The October 20th report. I think that is in the packet.
Okay, so it's 4.7 for each carrier
That's total.
for four
Full
carriers.
carry, right.
Okay. Mr. Chris?
Yeah, couple questions. Thank you. Just to confirm, if you could, the documents in the handout you provided today, which are, bear with me, SP1, A1 and A2, those are the same documents that were handed out on Friday at the site visit? Exact same document?
I believe so. Great. You handed these out.
There's been no update or change to them?
No change. They're the same set of site plans that were issued at Friday's site walk.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just a few points or questions. There's a facility or a possibility of public service antennas being added to this site, as I understand, that was stated on Friday, that is available. And you mentioned some of the figures. Where's the page? On page 13, would a public service antenna array, let's say at full throttle, would that change these figures have any effect? Or if so, what kind of effect?
Sure. So the report before the commission just is for the four carriers. If the town were to come to the site and put up a whip antenna for public safety, be it for fire, police, or emergency services, yes, it could increase the percentages. It would still be well below the 100%. Case in point, your Waveney Water Park tank has, I believe, 4 to 5 carriers, as well as it's a major hub for the town's public safety. Everyone is on that site.
We would have to update this report to include the emergency service communications when we got to the siting council as well.
Fair enough. You mentioned screening with hemlock trees. They tend to get woolly agitate. They tend to be have to be sprayed frequently. Sometimes they can die because of this disease. I'm just wondering if there may be some other choices available, unless you want to go in there and spray them every year.
We're open to that. If we get down the road that further, we're actually trying to pick out trees. The reason why we typically do the eastern hemlocks is because we find that they're pretty hardy in shaded wooded areas. Obviously, they grow well in the shade, but I'm familiar with I think it's the woolly acacia, where you have to spray them to keep the bugs from getting at them. That's certainly something that we're happy to look at as far as the landscape design. We can go to a blue spruce, Norwegian spruce. What we tend to stay away from is the arborvitaes because that makes good deer food.
There are a lot of deer in the area.
Yes.
So, you know, one of the things that's been mentioned in some of the letters to the commission, I'd like to hear your view, is the relative effects of boosters in the house. I mean, I have one of those in my house because otherwise I get no cell service. And I'm just wondering the relative levels of emissions of a cell phone like this versus a booster in your house versus just getting something from a tower and how that works. Any information would be helpful.
I'll quickly get beyond my comfort zone as a lawyer and not an RF engineer or an electrical engineer, but we can get you, there is an exhibit we often use that talks about RF emissions levels, similar RF emissions levels from normal household devices, including microwave ovens and
that's true.
Internet
routers.
routers.
Yeah.
And it gives you the relative levels that you're talking about here. That, you know, the difference between those is you're in a confined space in your home,
No.
relatively speaking, and you know this is a tower site where the antennas are in Verizon's case 140 feet in the air. I'm happy to provide you with that exhibit if you think it would be helpful, to give you a sense of the respective levels of those devices.
The final question on the public service, perhaps First Selectman Moynihan could talk about the need for public service antennas in this area and how that could enhance or affect public safety would be helpful. You or someone else, sir?
Our fire chief is here. Our deputy police chief is not here tonight, but 4 years ago, we upgraded our public safety radio to have 5 or 6 simulcast locations. There are currently antennas on the top of West School for police, fire, ambulance, and I believe the bus company. I don't know whether West School simulcasts. I need to verify that, but the point is it used to be we only broadcast from the top of Waveney Water Tank, but now we simulcast from all locations.
So that facility is already in existence at the physical school itself.
Yes.
Thank you.
You know, the frequencies that the emergency services use are lower and therefore go farther. So, and they're generally designed mainly for the vehicles as opposed to handheld radios.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a few questions. We talked when we did the site visit, we talked about height of tower from base grade at the proposed site relative to height of the West School. It's a 145-foot tower. You mentioned that was approximately 50 feet height differential in grade between the base of tower and the main floor level of the school. Is that correct?
Actually, I think, Dan, I was referring to the very first location that Holman had proposed down below where the water tank is. We were about 200 feet off the water tank down slope. And that ground elevation was roughly 360 feet. Where we are today, we're at approximately 310 feet. So that's the 50-foot delta. I would venture to say that the school is probably up another 20 or so feet until you get to the level playing field and the school structure itself. So I would guesstimate that the school is probably around 380. If that makes sense from a ground elevation.
380 versus what?
380 and we're at 310.
310. So the school's 70 feet above your base elevation.
That would be a good guesstimate. Yeah, without having a
So-
topo in front of me, but yeah.
So that brings make sure I'm doing my math right. That brings the top antenna node to 75 feet. If we're talking line of sight, horizontal. Top antenna mode, which is Verizon, would be 75 feet above school, let's call it average grade. That's correct.
Yeah.
So when we talk about other locations that currently exist, the water tower at the high school. Would you know what the height of those nodes are on the tower above average grade in that area? That's a
I-
relatively level site.
Yeah, if my memory serves me right, I think that water tank is roughly 125 feet in height.
So if we want to say roughly 100, 110 to the nodes or something like that.
They're on various positions on the tank itself. The carriers are positioned primarily around the center ring and some coming off the top, I believe. But again, that would be a rough guesstimate.
What about the country club? Do you know what the height on that tower is?
I believe 110, T-Mobile and AT&T are on that.
And Soundview
Soundview is 90 feet.
above its base grade? 90 feet above its base.
Yes, it's a 90, it's a 85-foot tall structure with a 5-foot faux branch top for an overall height of 90 feet above
And if I
ground.
remember correctly, the base of that tower is elevated relative to St. Luke's, correct? Site-wise and topography.
Slightly higher. St. Luke's is maybe down. Again, I don't know exact numbers, but Soundview sits up slightly higher than St. Luke's School. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. So in those top three, we're talking about nodes that are over 100 feet differential between the discharge on the node and the base grade of what would be an affected area, whether it be school or residence or anything around that. Whereas at West School, we're talking about 75 feet.
Yeah, there's all different heights. I think the tower at Silver Hill Hospital, I believe is 120 feet in height. And the topography and terrain, you have residential homes that are up higher to the
Yeah.
west, obviously. So
Sure.
every tower site, they're not cookie cut. There's no apples to apples. They're all different, obviously. This is a line of sight technology per se. The antennas need to see over the tree line to be effective.
The other houses, you measured 445 from the one house that we were next to on Winfield at the end of the cul-de-sac. There are other houses that are affected on Winfield. Also, there's two houses that are relatively close to Bennington. There's one or a couple on Carriage Lane. They all seem to be about the same proximity from the tower. Do we know if they're going to have any view angles to the tower or if they're going to be affected?
We don't think so. Ms. Schmidt's property is the closest on Winfield. That's 445 feet away, approximately, obviously. The next closest location is 70 Bennington, approximately 495 feet.
That's 495.
We have 108 Bennington.
Yep.
775 feet away. And 72 Bennington, which is roughly 650 feet away. Could there, Dan, be potential views with leaf off conditions through the trees? Absolutely. I'm not going to say that there's not, but we think because of the dense foliage, that you're going to be hard pressed to see the tower even with leaf off conditions.
Another part of our regulations had to do with not just the view of the tower and its visibility, but also the view and prominence of the equipment corral down at the bottom. Obviously hidden here within all of this acreage. But there's a generator in there, there's transformers, there's other equipment that's going to be in there. What do we expect to hear or see of that equipment? Obviously, there's ways to shield views of it. We talked about the plantings, there's fences proposed, all of that. But that is and we were all there the other day, that is a very quiet little corner of that neighborhood. And to hear the generator cycling once a week for testing, to hear any hum from transformers, et cetera, what are we expecting to hear from the equipment that's there?
So the equipment itself, the way we have it proposed would be behind a solid stockade wooden fence, which you may say it's overkill. Certainly, we're in the middle of the woods, 47 acres. A lot of times we'll just do a chain link fence with privacy slots, but we're going a step beyond to do this wood stockade fence. And it's the same type of fence that's at Mr. Ritchie's home on Soundview Lane. In addition, there is screening on the, I guess, the north and the south side, these hemlocks that we proposed, 9 on each side. We're not concerned with providing any screening from the water tank or school down. We just think it's going to be impossible to see. And then also from Llewellyn Drive coming up, we're 900 feet into the woods. You won't leaf off, it'll be buried. We typically do a sound study, or Carrie does a sound study. Bob can speak to the generator cycling on, but in my 22 years, I think we're going to be set back far enough where the decibel levels are going to be indiscernible.
How big is the generator?
Generator, for Verizon, they usually go to 50 kW.
But you're going to have 4 carriers. So effectively, once 4 carriers are populated on the pole, you're going to have 4 generators, correct?
Correct, the varying, well, if they require it. I don't believe T-Mobile has a generator on their sites.
So Verizon's 50.
AT&T has a smaller generator currently. Generator specs keep changing. I believe AT&T is with a 30 kW generator.
Okay.
All of them have sound attenuation housings on them. And
Standard sound attenuation or acoustically lined?
it's a standard, they have 2
Standard
levels.
weatherproof enclosure that has an acoustic rating.
Correct.
Could it be upgraded to an acoustically lined enclosure?
I'm sure it could, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So you didn't really answer the question. So we've got generator. Beyond the generator, what other equipment are we going to hear?
That's it. These sites do not emit any other sound, smoke, noise, nothing. That's not to say if there's a malfunction of a radio cabinet, there could be a hum coming from it. But certainly the technicians would have an alarm that they're notified if there's a malfunction of equipment. But you know, I've been to a number of cell sites in my time. They're silent. These are unmanned facilities.
Sorry, a couple more questions. I'm probably using the wrong term here, but break angle or fall angle on the tower, if there is a failure on the tower, 145 footer, obviously it's going to fall in the trees. So are you taking the usual provisions of it having like a 1/3 or 2/3 break angle, or is it just 145, it goes down?
Typically, when we build a tower and where the tower exceeds the setback distance to the nearest property line, let's say in this case, the closest property line was 100 feet away and the tower is 145. The tower manufacturer would design a hinge point. And what that simply is, it's a weakness or thinning of that
That's what I was looking
steel.
for, sure.
So the top 45 feet would crinkle down. If the tower would ever fail, you know, these they don't hop 100 feet and then fall over. They self-crinkle on themselves, obviously.
And then in describing your coverage maps, you guys sort of touched on the nodes that are around town. There are 5G nodes that are being installed every day by yourselves and AT&T and other carriers. How does that play into these coverage maps, and do these coverage maps take into account the 5G nodes that are out there?
The coverage maps take into account the nodes to the extent, and again, we just gave you the 700 megahertz coverage that they are providing service at 700 megahertz. I would submit to you that the 3 small cell facilities that I identified, the one down SC7 down on the Parkway, and then the 2 in the center of the town, are not providing 700 megahertz service. Anything related to 5G, straight 5G service that you might see from a small cell, first of all, it's not currently being provided in town. But it also is a coverage footprint that is very small. Any of these small cell facilities have a very small coverage footprint, probably a quarter-mile radius around those small cell facilities. So it would be well within the limits of the 700 megahertz coverage. I would also say that AT&T and Verizon alike will be providing 5G services at some point in the future, but they'll be using a number of their frequencies in order to do that.
Can small cell and 5G nodes that are more dense, can they work without cell towers?
Yes. They're standalone
standalone infrastructure.
Right, and typically providing capacity relief in certain areas, like around the train station, where there might be an abundance of calls of service being required at a particular time, which is why they kind of focus on those types of areas. The Parkway, obviously, the SC7 site along the Parkway, I think, is designed in particular to handle. We all know about the topography on the Merritt Parkway. One of the weak spots from existing coverage sites that don't quite get down into those areas. So they've been installing some of these small cells in order to provide that type of coverage benefit as well. But overall, because they're so low to the ground, a lot of these are 30 feet above the ground on telephone poles. They don't have a very large coverage footprint, certainly not anywhere close to what the 700 megahertz on a 140-foot tower would provide.
The small cell equipment that you have in town that's on your map, are those 5G nodes?
They are not currently providing 5G service.
Could they?
I believe they could ultimately, yes.
Other carriers, does AT&T have 5G nodes in town?
I don't believe they do. I don't believe they're providing 5G service yet in town. I don't know. I can't speak to them directly.
I had a question. I forgot to write something down, so apologies, but I want to get the distances from various buildings. So the one on Soundview and Lukeswood, you said it was 250 feet from the
School
school,
structure, corner of the school structure, 250 feet from the tower to St. Luke's School,
and St. Luke's is downhill from the tower, as I recall.
just slightly. Yeah,
Yeah. And Silver Hill, it's on the campus,
it's on the campus.
and Silver Hill is people who are of emotional illness or drug addiction. So people who are ill.
They're ill and
Within.
it's a hospital, obviously, and it's people live there full time.
And the water tower is how far from the high school?
1,100 feet approximately from the corner of the high school.
And it's right at the base of the playing fields, or some of the playing
The ball
fields
fields
anyway.
are right there. Yeah,
And West School, as anticipated, is 900 feet from the school.
900 feet from the school, approximately 600 feet to the edge of the playing field.
600. Okay. Thank you, sir. That's my question.
Randall?
So in looking for ways to lessen the impact, you mentioned several times the 4 carriers. I can't think of who the 4th carrier is. So I looked it up on my cell phone and I don't, well, they're not listed. The 4th biggest carrier is Mint and the 5th is, I don't know, somebody else. So any chance we could whack 2 carriers off of this and lower the tower by 20 feet and still be effective?
The height that, as a developer, I don't pick the height. I'm just there to build the infrastructure. And part of the process, as Attorney Baldwin mentioned, when we go before the siting council will vet the height. And part of their main goal is to prevent tower proliferation. I mean, they want to make sure that tower is co-locatable. So Dish is the 4th carrier that is in the market. If you look at the siting council website, they're doing a number of tower shares, so they're building out their network. We think 145 is a very appropriate height for co-location. It fosters having 4 carriers, obviously, on the height. Needs to be above the tree line, obviously. Part of the task the siting council will put Verizon through is to say, okay, Verizon, you're proposing a centerline antenna of 140 feet. We would like to see a plot at 120 feet. We would like to see a plot at 100 feet. The siting council is savvy. They know what type of question to ask. And yes, they will make sure that the height is justified and needed by the carrier.
So the second one is, it's as I recall, a 600-foot driveway, and it's a impervious surface, so water can pass through it, and so it's going to be the least ecological impact. But 600 feet seems to me, and I walked it with a bunch of the commissioners, twice as long as it needs to be, but for the fact that we have the smallest possible wetland crossing. So you designed this to make the least possible wetland impact. But it seems to me it's a trade-off with taking down more trees and impacting that whole area by winding a 600 foot driveway through the woods. So can you talk to us about the and Kathleen Holland from Wetlands was there on the site visit with us. Have you had any conversations with Wetlands? And is this coming from them, or is it you're supposing that this is what they probably want?
So the access drive is approximately 650 feet. This project with the town has gone through a number of revisions. As I mentioned before, I try to look for a site that's got the least visual and the least environmental impact. You know, do I wish I had a, like Soundview Lane, 30 feet off the cul-de-sac? I'm not removing any trees to get there. I don't have that luxury. We did look at coming in the way Aquarian currently accesses their water tank. We're not against that. However, in
And
conversations.
that would be about half the length of the driveway, about
That's a
300 by
fair
my
assessment.
calculation.
That's a fair assessment, John. Yes, because we'd be able to come down an existing dirt road or gravel road on the south side of the property and then kind of peel into the woods. And that may be roughly 350 feet, half. The town is basically opined and said, you know, we'd like to keep the activities away from the school, the tower itself and the access and utility routes. If you look at the back of the school, West School, there is no access road to get to that dirt drive that services the Aquarian water tank. There's basically, I believe, a basketball court. There's a playground. When these sites are constructed, we have to bring in a cement truck. We have to bring in a crane. I'm also cognizant that Aquarian has an easement to get to their water tank. They actually own the 100 by 100 parcel below their water tank. They have an easement with the town to get there. It's not an exclusive easement, but there's also pipes, I believe, buried underneath that easement. And our preference is to stay away from the pipes. But look, if the town says, we'd like you to really look at this alternate route and avoid this 25-foot wide wetland crossing, we'd like you to avoid minimizing tree removal. We're certainly happy to look at that, obviously. And the question that the council may ask us as well, I'd expect they would.
Maybe if we could go to the screen and ask Dean Gustafson, who's the wetland scientist, to speak a little bit more about his experience with the siting council and the types of things they typically look at. This is not only based on topography, but based on experience. We're trying to reduce that as much as possible.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Ken. Dean Gustafson, professional soil scientist, senior wetland biologist with All Points Technology. So I've been working on telecommunication projects for over 25 years, most of them in front of the Connecticut Siting Council. And one of their tenets is to, minimize overall environmental effect. And one of those principal resources is wetland resources. So we went through a preliminary alternatives analysis to try to minimize any wetland resource impacts. So that's why the narrowest point of that hillside seep wetland was chosen for the proposed crossing, installing multiple culverts to avoid any hydrologic impacts both upstream and downstream of that resource. So we feel that we can support that location and that minimal wetland impact. The overall fill would be less than 1,000 square feet, probably around 800 square feet or so.
But we could cross no wetlands and shrink the driveway by 50% if we ask Aquarian to access it from the water tower, right?
Yeah, as Ray had indicated, if the town finds that access acceptable and consistent with the school usage and doesn't create any conflicts, then yeah, that would obviously avoid any wetland impacts.
The one thing I would be concerned about that, John, is just view angle and exposure of cutting a new access road off of that existing pathway along the south side of the school property, specifically how it's going to affect the residents on the Bennington side. A short access road, view angles, not just to the tower, but to the equipment shed, and you're cutting through dense forest already, whereas the current road that's proposed, the access road, although it's long, the benefit is it's circuitous and does multiple turns to kind of lose those view angles and leaves the tower base buried in the woods.
So that maybe somewhat related to this discussion. Talk a little bit more about the construction period, the nature of the construction, the intensity of the construction, number of trucks, access, just how does it all work? And then on a run rate basis, talk about the ongoing access for servicing and et cetera, et cetera.
Sure. I answered the latter part of the question. From a servicing standpoint, these carriers visit these sites very infrequently. Basically, once every 3 or 4 months, they'll have a technician go out to the site to check on equipment. A lot of it is monitored through a NOC, a network operating center that's remote. They can actually now have these antennas with little motorized motors behind them that can down tilt and up tilt antennas. You don't need to send a technician out there. If a certain road is not getting coverage, they can do it remotely. So there's a kind of neat stuff they can do. Regarding construction of the facility itself, we would come, if the site were deemed approved by the siting council, we would come back before the town through a building permit process to obtain a building permit for the site. We would start construction. Construction of a typical site like this is approximately 60 to 70 days. The first portion of that is site work, site clearing, obviously blazing the access drive in, trenching utilities. All of our utilities are trenched to harden the site because it's so critical for public safety. We do not like to bring in any aerial poles. Everything is trenched. Once the site has an access road to it, we'll excavate and we'll do a geotech prior to that, and that will dictate the foundation design. Typical foundation for a tower like this is roughly 20 by 20 mat foundation. In size, 20 feet by 20 feet concrete, maybe 6 or 7 feet in depth, lots of rebar. That concrete is poured. It's got to go through a break test, a curing period. Takes a week and a half, 2 weeks before it reaches the results. Once the tower is, once the concrete is cured, then the crane will come in with a flatbed and they'll pick the tower, and it goes actually on in sleeves. There's no bolting of the tower sections. They slide onto each other. It's a real neat process to see. It goes up, and if all goes well, 3 to 4 hours, you have a 105-foot tower that's stacked. Next process is working on the compound, putting down the crushed stone, the underlayment, the fabric. After that, the fence would go up, the utility backboard would go up. Once a site is deemed complete from Homeland's perspective, that 60 to 70-day period, we would then have the carriers proceed forward in their installation, and then involves, it'd be a steel platform for Verizon with their cabinets. AT&T does what's called a WIC, a walk-in cabinet. And they typically take, I don't want to speak for them, but I want to say roughly 30 to 40 days for their installation. And then they'll take another month or 2 or 3 to integrate it into their network. As far as specifically the number of trips of fill or taking debris out, I'll have my A&E, Bob, speak to that, but we don't have concrete details right now. But just looking at the site and the topo, I don't know if, Bob, if you have a rough idea on the amount of fill we'd be trucking in or taking out.
We didn't do any earthwork calcs yet, but for the most part, the road follows the existing contours. It does, as it goes down to the tower, there might be a slight cut there, but the rest basically follows the contours. When we get close to the wetlands, it's super important that we're as close to existing grade as possible. So again, I haven't done earthwork yet because we don't have a topo survey yet, but we ran it over some, I'm going to call them semi competent contours, and the site does work very well. We don't have to pave anywhere, so the driveway is not super steep, and I think our limit of disturbance will be less than an acre by the time we're done. I don't know exact numbers just yet.
Yeah, I have a question further to Commissioner Rabin's question and the chairman's question. I'm looking at the sharp left turn, the 90-degree left you have, and given the size of some of the equipment being brought in, I'm wondering, can you make the turn without banging some trees on the
That's the
way?
turn coming down to the
Well,
compound, yeah.
first you've crossed the wetland.
Unfortunately, this is at a pretty small scale, but that turn is actually is wider than 12 feet right there.
Okay.
So that we're able to make that turn with bigger vehicles.
Okay, so the vehicles and the equipment they're carrying can access the site.
Correct.
staying on
Yes,
the roadway.
It's designed for fire apparatus. That was one of your fire marshal's comments when I sat down with him to please design the road for that.
And once construction's complete, the ops only drive pickup trucks up there to do their work. So you're not gonna get any, once construction's complete for that carrier, you're not gonna typically get a lot of construction equipment in there.
Thank you.
You brought up a area of disturbance. I mean, we're all not naive enough to understand that it's just this road that's drawn on here that's gonna be cleared in order to make that pathway. There's gonna be ancillary on both sides, X number of feet of trees that'll have to come down, clearance. You're gonna have a staging area in
In
front of
addition
your
to
50.
that, there'll be probably some kind of drainage system off to the side of the road, a ditch that will go down into a riprap splash pad or a riprap level spreader. So that would be included as well. But you're absolutely right. It's not just the road. It's going to be any grading or any improvements on either side.
As well as in front of the compound, in addition to a 50 by 50 fenced area, you're gonna have a staging area. You're gonna have a crane area, a pad. You're gonna be trucking in tons and tons of gravel in order to make that stable for the crane. How is all of that going to happen, and how is all of that going to disappear at the end of the day?
So as far as staging goes, they typically, the contractors, they don't like to leave a lot of stuff on site. So when the gravel gets delivered, the gravel gets dumped. But you're right, there will be some areas where they may have some PVC pipe, et cetera. We would have a staging area. We would probably work with the contractor to where he would want the best location, but it could require a little additional clearing. Yes, you're right. It's hard for me to quantify a lot of this because we haven't done a topo
Sure.
survey as of yet.
I think for our purposes as well as the public's information, I think that type of a staging or area of impact diagram to show where those components are going to go, both during construction and post-construction, once it's turned over, how that area is then remediated and brought back to a forested or planted area.
And the siting council will require that as well.
Got it.
Question for you on the height of the tower. Does it trigger the FAA light, the blinking beacon?
No,
At what height does that kick in?
typically it's 200 feet unless there are other factors, like if we're nearby an airport. So that would be evaluated. What the FCC requires, what Verizon Wireless typically does is they'll do an airspace study, which uses the same computer modeling that the FAA uses. A while back, we used to submit everything to the FAA, and they got tired of reviewing everything because most of these did not require any type of marking or lighting. It's not considered an obstruction. So we do this preliminary FAA analysis using the same software program. And if we exceed certain thresholds in that study, then we have to file with the FAA. But typically, and that would be a part of the siting council application materials that were submitted. But again, given the proximity to, I guess, what would be the next closest major airport, Westchester County, I would submit 145-foot tower is not going to trigger those obstruction requirements, but that's something we would be evaluating as part of the process.
Okay. My next question is on the maintenance side. I live very close to the cell tower at Silver Hill. And there is a great deal of activity that has gone on since it was initially built. There is cherry picker, the lift, every time it backs up, there's the OSHA siren that goes off. It's very loud, and there's constant activity. It's not a, once a year type of event. Each carrier has their maintenance. It's a very active site. So I'm not sure that you've really told us everything about the maintenance side.
Sure. I think I mentioned that each carrier visits their sites once every 3 to 4 months. Obviously, if you have multiple carriers on a particular site, you would have more trips per se. I can't speak for the Silver Hill Tower itself. They may have been upgrading antennas that took a 2 or 3 week process with the cherry picker, as you mentioned. So the carriers do upgrade antennas from time to time, obviously. Every site is different, but from what we've seen from our towers, and I see Mr. Ritchie here in the audience. You know, he has a tower on his property since I think last December, and he can maybe speak to the number of trips that AT&T has gone to the tower since it's been erected. But from our experience, it's been each carrier does it every roughly 3 months.
But I think you're right. If antennas being upgraded, they're on sites more often. If the Silver Hill Tower is a flagpole, right? So if there's a problem with this, the shroud, then someone's gonna be up there fixing the shroud. The reason why folks like Ray don't like building flagpoles, one, the carriers don't like them because they're very limited in space. But they're also more of a maintenance issue than a traditional tower, I would submit, in my experience.
Okay. And then you've got the emergency generators too.
We do. Again, all of those, all of the equipment is monitored remotely, even the generators. Leak detection alarms in the fuel tank, they're typically double-walled tanks with leak detection alarms. All of the equipment, as long as it's operating properly, there's no need to send a technician out to the site. Same thing with the antennas. So again, if things are operating fine, there's no need to send anybody out there. But if there is an alarm that goes off, there might be a more frequent visit depending upon what's happening at the site.
So for a 30 or 50 kW generator, how big of a tank is going to be there?
It's usually a belly tank. It's about 200 gallons. Between
For
200
propane?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's 500 gallon.
Yeah, 500 gallon. So it's a 500 gallon tank for each carrier, for each of their generators.
Again, right now, only AT&T and Verizon typically install generators at cell sites.
Can you talk to, once the tower, again, Homeland is the developer building the tower. At a certain point, you effectively hand the keys over to the carriers who then come in and populate the tower, install equipment and do all of their things. Can they work in unison together? Do they typically work in unison in terms of populating the tower? Or does it, Verizon's on top tier, so they come in first, they spend a month or two doing work, they go away, and then another couple months, AT&T comes in for a few months. Is this going to be an ongoing construction site for a year or two?
So right now, this application, it's not an application, this project, Verizon is kind of joined at the hip with Holman Towers. I can't speak for AT&T or T-Mobile, but build it and they will come type thing. Typically, when we hand the keys over to a carrier and give them what's called an NTP, a notice to proceed on the construction, we'd like for that carrier to get in and wrap up all their work prior to another carrier coming in and doing what they have to do. There'd be a lease process that we have to go through. Let's say hypothetically, this project goes through, the site's approved, Verizon goes to construct, we would have to work on a lease with AT&T. They would have to get their building permit. So they would be in queue behind Verizon. Typically, we don't see the carriers there at the same time. There have been cases where if a carrier is doing antenna and line work up on top, doesn't prevent a technician from doing work at the base station, obviously, but we're not going to have two carriers with two lifts or two cranes working simultaneously on the tower, if that answers your question.
Let me go back to one thing that Mr. Moynihan said. The town, through the Siting Council's municipal consultation process, has an opportunity to submit comments to the Siting Council. That is a typical request of municipalities that I've heard before, is that you want to try and limit the time period, and especially as the landlord, you have the opportunity to do that, limit the time period when there's disruption. We just went through a process down at Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, where obviously they're concerned about too much activity on the site when the students are on campus. And I think the same type of thing could be arranged here. And if you were concerned about those types of issues, you could certainly work through the Siting Council process and your comments to the Siting Council to try and get the Siting Council to impose certain requirements about installation of multiple carriers equipment. Now, if AT&T doesn't have a budget for it at a particular time, then there's not much we can do about that. But certainly working with Homeland and Verizon, the anchor in this facility, I think those types of things can be worked out.
So I heard another interesting thing, and Mr. Turner was describing, and you guys confirmed it, is that the carriers will be coming in from time to time to do upgrades and antenna replacements with their own cranes or cherry pickers or whatever other apparatus are bringing in there. That means there will be a permanent staging area around this corral, not just a temporary one for construction. There would be a permanent one to facilitate that type of work in the future. Is that correct?
No, if they bring a cherry picker into the site, they can do it from right in the compound. So there, I don't see a need for a permanent staging area. Once the tower's set and the antennas are, the antenna platform that carrier is gonna have, they're gonna replace onesie, twosie antennas, or maybe a radio cabinet. They could do it with a cherry picker. Sometimes they climb it, but not as much as they used to.
So just back to your point about going to the CSC to, advise them as to site management, things like that. Seems to me that, look, the town's doing the lease. So just as I understand it, Soundview, there were certain specifications. The town could just make those specifications. Doesn't have to go to the CSC.
As a part of the lease requirement?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose you could, sure.
So
I don't want to speak for the town attorney, but yeah, I would assume you could do that.
town attorney concurs. Anybody else? Mr. Engel?
Yeah, and although, I mean, I'm going to come back to my original point, which is we only have 2 cell phone stores in this town, and a lot of the towers only have, I think, 1 or 2 carriers on them. The Country Club Tower has how many carriers? 2. So it seems to me that we would get half the amount of work done on the tower, a slightly smaller tower, 2 fewer 500-gallon diesel tanks. I mean, the impact to the site, the amount of activity and the height of the tower, all would be diminished with fewer carriers. Is my thinking correct?
No, I think logically that's correct. The problem, I think, with the thought process is that twofold. As I mentioned, I think we're gonna find, Ray's gonna find that other carriers are gonna come to this tower pretty quickly. They may come as a part of the siting council process. Verizon Wireless, for example, intervened in the siting council process for the other tower up on Ponus Bridge in the northwest part of town, because we want to share that tower. AT&T was the anchor with Homeland, and Verizon came in to share tower space just below AT&T. There will likely be others doing the same thing. The New Canaan Country Club tower site needs to be extended a little bit in order to make that usable for Verizon. And we would go below the antennas at Soundview. So I think the carriers are going to come. So
If we build it, they will come.
build it, they will come.
But if we build something smaller, then we're going to get less radiation, less environmental impact, less traffic. And that's my point. And so I'm just wondering if we have at least 1 tower with 2 carriers and some with 3. But right now we have no towers with 4 in this town.
Right. Federal law.
Well, that's what it's going to.
And the CSC can do whatever they want, but we can make a recommendation on what we think we need as a community. Like we made a monopole recommendation once upon a time at the Country Club, and they approved it.
I would strongly recommend that you not do that.
Why?
Because
I got a lot of pressure to do that.
And I understand, because all that does is make folks like Homeland Towers come in and find another tower site to accommodate the other 2 carriers. I think ultimately this tower is going to have 4 carriers on. Ray mentioned earlier, Verizon Wireless's need has been identified at 145 feet. That doesn't change. If it's just Verizon on this tower site, they still need 145 feet. Now we have to justify that to the siting council, and they could say, no, I'm only going to give you 130. But right now, we're saying we need 145 feet. So it's still going to be a 145-foot tower. It's still going to be a 50 by 50-foot compound, and we still need to get an access road in. So I would submit that you're not, if you limit this tower site to Verizon only.
No, never was proposing
or
that.
2. Okay, so let's say 2 carriers. The environmental effects are going to be the same, but for the ultimate RF emissions, which would be reduced because there's only 2 carriers on the pole. But the environmental effects are going to be the same as if it were 4 carriers. The other thing
I would argue that there's still half as much traffic with 2 carriers, half as much traffic, half as much diesel. I may not get any height reduction, but the RF would be reduced by half. So the people in this room would argue that we should build it, right size it, not future size it. And I got a lot of pressure to right size this and look to the other towers in town for what that should look like.
So if I may, Manny Vicente, President of Homeland Towers. Nice to be here this evening. First time I was in this room was about 7 years ago. So we've been at this for a while and I think we're making progress after a lot of effort. One of the first things that we talked about in this board's role was you're in a planning role. And I think your question is one about planning. And I've been doing this for quite a long time and we never design a facility that cannot accommodate all the wireless carriers that are licensed by the FCC and public safety, because that would be poor planning. And I think the type of impacts that you're talking about minimizing are just going to be shifted somewhere else. And there's just going to be more work, including the potential of extensions of existing towers. So when we designed the site at Soundview, it's designed for 4 carriers in public safety. When the application in front of the siting council for the Ponus Ridge site on the northwest section of town is designed for 4 carriers in public safety. For us to do anything other than that would be irresponsible.
But for carriers, the argument that 4 slots for 4 carriers covers all the possibilities of carriers on the pole is just not accurate. I mean, there are many other carriers out there that could be on the pole. You could do 6, you could do 10 with that same argument. Correct me if I'm wrong, having 4 carriers is that threshold for Homeland Towers where it makes the development of the site economically feasible for you.
Well, you could argue that.
Okay, so let me ask one more question.
You
The
could argue
other-
that, but if I may, there's only
Excuse me. So planning and zoning hearings, let's not do the clapping, please.
So-
We just don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can argue that, but there's only 4 licensed carriers. There are
So-
other companies that resell service.
Mhm.
There's only 4 licensed carriers. And
Understood.
quite frankly, in the industry, there's a question if that 4th one can survive.
Right.
So the idea of there being 5, 6, and you look at the history of the number of licensed carriers, they've been pretty consistent at 4.
Okay.
So I think it's important to take in context history, the industry, license, the number of licensed carriers today, public safety's needs and changing needs, because public safety equipment is going essentially from analog to digital. And as they do that, they're going to need more facilities. Every facility is going to be needed or important to public safety eventually. So I think when we look at this issue, and it's a really good question and it's a good conversation, but it does come down to planning. Do we need additional towers when this site, which quite frankly, not very visible, and quite frankly, we don't see another option, would it be smart to create a situation where you needed yet another one when that wouldn't be necessary? So I think I go back to how we started the conversation and the role that you're playing. And the questions you're asking are really good questions, and these are good, conversations for us to have, but it's about planning from that perspective. And you can make the argument, yes, economics, of course, but you also want this site to be sustainable, both economically and otherwise over the future, because this is an important piece of infrastructure that's going to be here for a long time.
So, sorry.
It's okay.
One more. Your proposal identifies Verizon and AT&T as the top 2 nodes and T-Mobile and Dish as the bottom 2 potential tenants.
We don't know. We know Verizon will be the anchor. We don't know the
But those
sequence
are-
after that.
Okay, are those the top 4 that you're referring to?
Correct.
How many antennas are T-Mobile and Dish currently on of the 8 antennas in town? Of the 8 towers in town?
So I'm
Sorry? Well, okay, it's 4 towers plus the nodes of all the site locations in our town. How many of them are populated by T-Mobile and Dish?
So we can get that information for you because I'm not sure if I'm going to be 100% accurate here. But Dish isn't on anything yet.
Okay.
They're just starting to deploy their network, so
Okay.
they're not on anything. I believe all three major carriers are on the Waveney water tank. I believe all three carriers are at the Silver Hill Hospital. And Ray, anyone, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
Right now, AT&T is on the Soundview site. Verizon is going to be going on the Soundview site. They're in negotiations to get on that site and go through that process. And our understanding is T-Mobile is right behind them.
Right.
And then for the site in the northwest and Ponus Ridge, we obviously have AT&T and Verizon already interested. We haven't heard from T-Mobile yet, but we expect they will be going on that site. You see, when we started this process with the town, it was pretty evident that we needed coverage, and it's been very difficult to find sites to do that with in a beautiful area like this that's highly residential. It's pretty certain that the carriers are going to use the existing infrastructure. As a matter of fact, the siting council is going to make them use the existing infrastructure. So once again, it comes down to planning.
Right, but
There's
you-
been a lot of planning done by the town already, through your own consultants, through engaging us to get to this point. And I think that the issue of carriers who comes first, et cetera, we can't control, but we can plan for it.
But our role as planners on this side of the table is to also understand the potential of what you're describing to us and what the reality of what will come to those towers as potential tenants, right? What you just said is of the top three carriers, one of them is not even existent in the town. So why wouldn't we, and to Mr. Engel's point, why wouldn't we plan on three carriers? Maybe the tower doesn't get shorter, but the traffic gets smaller. The level of intensity on the site gets smaller. There's less propane on, there's less generators. All of that factors into a more, if you want to use the word attractive, solution for the site, rather than planning for something like you have on all the other locations for a tenant that doesn't exist.
Well, I think, once again, we're of the position that we're going to plan for what makes sense in the industry. If it's this board's recommendation to the town council that they prefer something else, that's your recommendation.
Okay.
But my feeling is just like the town engaged now, I think it's been 7 years or longer, really 10 years of a process to try and figure out how to get coverage into New Canaan in the best way possible. That's a lot of planning went into that, a lot of effort's gone into that. And I think you want to be very careful to negate any of that planning.
And I actually have to thank you for the process that we're going through, because I've been around for all those 10 years that you and I and all of us have been talking about this, where the previous applications 10 years ago were kind of just thrown down as solutions for certain sites without being discussed in a public forum like this. So I think it's important to have this meeting, get public input, get our input, and try and find a solution that works for everyone. Not everyone in the room is going to like it. You might not, the public might not, but we're trying to find something that does work. And I think this type of engagement is really important.
I'd like to add one thing, Dan. Just when Manny says that, Dish is not built out in New Canaan as far as we know, but I would invite anybody to look at the Siting Council's website. You can go there and look and you'll see TS and numbers next to Dish tower shares. They are coming. They are building their network. T-Mobile's been very quiet for the past few years because of going through the Sprint T-Mobile merger / acquisition. AT&T and Verizon have been the most robust, but make no bones about it. Dish is coming to Connecticut. They're coming to New York. And again, from a planning perspective, I know Attorney Baldwin is representing Verizon to go on the Country Club. That site was built as a 2-carrier pole. The town or somebody didn't have the foresight back in 2000 to say, let's make it co-locatable for 3 or 4 carriers. It actually should have been more, because at that time there were 5 carriers. So that tower is going to have to be upgraded, and it's going to have to be increased in height most likely. And I can't speak for that. I'm not involved. Homeland's not involved with that application. But again, it just comes down to smart planning. I understand the questions about limiting the number of trips to a site and the number of propane tanks and so forth. But I certainly will not want to be in a position where you build a tower and the fourth carrier, there's no room for them, nor is that tower capable of taking them. And guess what? You're going to go tick off another neighborhood because you're going to build a tower now for one carrier. And that doesn't make sense. And the siting council, as I mentioned, their main goal is to prevent tower proliferation. They want co-locatable sites.
The other thing I would also, the reason that fee orders basically make it easier for carriers to increase the height of towers if they're within certain thresholds of the existing tower height, mandating that those applications be approved. So the siting council, for example, couldn't deny a request to increase the tower height. If it's a 140-foot tower, I think it's 20 feet to accommodate another carrier. So kind of getting back to my point before, Verizon needs that 145-foot level, and the other carriers participate in that process and are comfortable going below that. You've essentially done the same thing. You've capped it. You haven't addressed the other environmental concerns that you raised, and I understand those. But at least if you're talking about capping a tower height, if you can get all four carriers to say, yeah, I can live with 140, 130, 120, and 110, especially that lowest guy, then you've essentially done that. If someone comes along later and says, I need to go higher, we don't know who that will be at this point. It's taken this long to get a fourth carrier back into the state, and Dish is very active, as Grace said.
I just feel differently about a site that's sitting on 123 than I feel about a site behind a school in the woods that requires a 600-foot driveway and diesel tanks in the woods. So, I appreciate about, trying to plan for the future, but I don't have to feel the same way about every one of these sites. And this is the most controversial site in town among the 8 locations and potential locations. So we may think differently about this site.
So John, I'll throw a curveball out there. We built Soundview Lane 30 feet off the cul-de-sac. We could logistically consider 30, 40 feet off the cul-de-sac on Winfield Lane. If you want to have a tower that's not into the woods, that doesn't have a 650-foot access drive, doesn't cross wetlands, doesn't involve a lot of tree removal. I know it was discussed. We're trying, it's a balancing act, right? We're trying to be sensitive to everyone's needs, the schools, the neighbors, the town as a landlord, to the carriers for their network. But maybe that's an option.
I only get to opine on the things you put in front of us. So that's not an option that you've shown us, but you're right. We may think differently about that. Less environmental impact, less proximate to the school, et cetera, et cetera.
Closer to houses.
Well, I think when we were at the site visit, we discussed that this whole process is a balance of interests. In addition to accomplishing the goals we're trying to accomplish in getting service. I can tell you from my experience, because this is what I do for a living, not very good at other things. Walking the site, working with Bob and Ray on the design, there's some real benefits to what we have on the table right now. There's very little disruption to the school. We've put it in a place that is in between all the wetlands on the property. That's in the central location of the property, as far away from residences as we can get. That has even the odd nature of the road coming in does have some benefits as far as not cutting down trees and that would screen the closest neighbors. So I think when you look at what we have presented so far and designed so far, it's easy to focus on one aspect of it. But when you start to look at everything together, and I ask you to do that, I think it makes sense, the design that we have on the table.
Okay, I'd like to fairly soon open this up to the public. Mr. Turner, I know you had a question.
Thank you. This gentleman, apologize, your name. You started to describe the FCC has allowed towers to be extended. I believe it's 20 feet and it varies. Is it possible that this tower could be extended if you had more carriers.
The siting council typically requires that a tower be built so that it could be extended. There's a statewide policy, and the siting council's policy itself is to mandate the sharing of towers whenever possible, whenever feasible. And the way they've done that is they've asked developers like Homeland to make towers structurally capable of being extended typically up to 20 feet if there's a need. They haven't done that
20 feet from what?
from the approved height.
Okay, so this tower could be
60.
160.
If there's a need. And again, anyone looking to extend the tower would have to go through a similar process and demonstrate there is a need, why they need to go to 160 if that were the case. But yeah, that's true with any tower site. The siting council someone could petition the siting council to consider an extension of that tower. That's always the case.
So if you can extend your tower, I don't understand the argument about additional towers being required. You'd made a comment about that if we can't accommodate the 4 carriers, that if you provide for, say, 2, that encourages a developer to find another location and build another tower. If I can extend the same tower, I'm not following your argument.
So we've
Ray, if I could.
established that Verizon needs 140 feet. Okay. We would expect the other carriers to come in below them at 130, 120, and 110. Okay. There's a section 6408 that Ken is referring to, which allows a tower to be increased either 10% of the overall height or 20 feet, whichever is greater. I will tell you, the town, as our landlord, can put specific language into that lease about a cap. You want it capped at 145, only extendable upon written approval from town council, P and Z. We do it all the time. You as our landlord have that ability through a lease to put language in. Let's say the tower's built at 140 and T-Mobile's at 130, AT&T is at 120, and Dish comes along and they need 150. And the town says, well, we don't want the tower going up 10 more feet. Dish is now going to go find another site.
But I thought the FCC requires that addition, that nobody can block it.
No.
You have
Yeah,
a
the ability.
unique situation here where FCC siting council, but you are leasing directly to us, and in the lease contract, you can put certain limitations. So because you have that contractual relationship with us, there could be limitations put into that lease agreement that would not be affected by any FCC rules or siting council. So in a way, would you rather I design a site for only 2 carriers, and then if the need arises to have the only option of extending it, or design a site that at the proposed height could accommodate all 4 carriers? So there's some interesting questions here, and a scenario that's a little different because we do work with most of our sites are with municipalities, so this comes up all the time. Municipalities have additional control when we're on their property through the contract.
Okay, I'd like to open up to the public unless anybody, great, okay, I see nodding of heads. Well, it's the first time I've heard joint nodding of heads on this commission in years. Yes, sir.
Is there a limit?
And well, thank you for reminding me. One of the things that I always say is I do not put limits per se on, but I always say brevity is a wonderful quality.
Good evening, Commission. I'm Skip Hobbs, and I'm here tonight to speak to you as a professional geoscientist. Chairman Goodwin, when you began the hearing, you mentioned that the focus right now is on planning rather than zoning pursuant to state law governing the cell towers. As a geoscientist, I want to tell you that the intensity and frequency of storms is increasing. And as you plan for the next 10 years, it is very important that we have 100% coverage in our community for emergencies. And we have redundancies. You know, John talks about having only 2 carriers on the pole. Well, if we have a series of cyclones or hurricane with 110-mile-an-hour winds coming through town, you want to make sure that these cell towers are working and have redundancy. So I didn't come here to speak about that, but you mentioned planning. I think that's very, very important that you plan for increased storm damage over the next 10 years and build in your plan to take care of that. What I wanted to talk to you about is electromagnetic spectrum. There's a lot of concern from parents that the cell tower near the West School will affect the children's health. This issue has been discussed and litigated from one end of the country to the other. The electromagnetic spectrum ranges from the lower frequency, lower wavelength spectrum up to ultraviolet. Where the cell phone and microwaves are is what is called non-ionizing radiation. The radiation, electromagnetic radiation, does not affect cells or DNA. If you come up to ultraviolet radiation, X-rays and gamma rays, yes, these are known agents in causing cell problems, DNA problems, and cancer. The danger to your children from that cell tower is far less than having your children play soccer on a hot sunny day, because the ultraviolet rays definitely will cause problems. As a geologist, I spent a lot of time outdoors, and I've had more, precancers taken off my nose and a few other things. I think it's very important that, yes, we want to be concerned, but I think the science demonstrates that these cell towers pose absolutely no health problems to a school or the community. There is some evidence, I have not read the reports, I don't know if it's repeatable evidence, that cell phones, the cell phone radiation has caused cancer tumors in rats, but that's a difference of the power being up next to your ear. Practically every child in New Canaan now has a cell phone attached to their ear all day long. The power from that is far greater than they will ever be exposed from a tower. In fact, the FCC has said the actual radiation beneath the cell tower is about 1,000 times less than the FCC regulation, the standard. So as we talk tonight, I just want you to know from a scientific basis, there is no medical harm from a cell tower, 0. And it's a matter of physics when you look at the spectrum and what's ionizing and what is not ionizing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ward.
Good evening. My name's Dick Ward. As you know, I was on the council. I recused myself. I'm here as a New Canaan citizen, and I'm speaking as a citizen. Lynn, could you put up the map, the site map that the applicants had, and you had it up a short time ago? On this map, the reason I recused myself, my house, see, there's one house directly north of the proposed site. I'm the next house just to the west, just to the left. The distance between my house and the proposed site is about the same as the distance between the playing field of West School and the site. I've lived there almost 30 years. I have Verizon cell phone. I've never had a problem. The cell phone reception that I get whether I'm in my house, out in the backyard, in my car, has been adequate. Last Friday, we had an on-site visit to the proposed site. While I was standing on the proposed site, my cell phone rang. So, I sort of question just how severe the need is. I'm all for safety. I would hate to have anybody not be able to complete a call to the police or the fire station if they had such a problem. But I sort of have some skepticism. The other and I have two other issues I want to briefly, and I will try to be quick because I know there's some others that want to talk. With respect to health, we just heard, no problem. That's fine. I'm afraid it's not quite that clear. There's something called the Environmental Health Trust. It's an organization whose board includes a number of very prominent scientists, doctors, including a Dr. Hugh Taylor. He's chair of obstetrics, gynecology, and reproductive sciences at Yale School of Medicine. He stated, children are most vulnerable to cell phone radiation as they absorb it deeper into their brains and bodies. That's in quotes. This organization also, they point out that the FCC cell tower radiation exposure limits are, quote, decades outdated and not protective to the health of the public, especially not the health of children, unquote. Then take a look at what is the view of the American Cancer Society. On their website, anyone can look it up. And this is a quote. It's not my opinion. I'm not here to express personal opinions. Quote, at this time, there's no strong evidence that exposure to RF waves from cell phone towers causes any noticeable health effects. Mr. Hobbs, consistent with that. However, this does not mean that the RF waves from cell phone towers have been proven to be absolutely safe. Most expert organizations agree that more research is needed to help clarify this, especially for any possible long-term effects. Various studies, as have been mentioned, have not conclusively found that BF waves cause cancer in humans, but, quote, and again, this is a quote from the American Cancer Society, but the results of these studies do not rule out the possibility that the RF waves used in cell phone communication might somehow impact human health, unquote. The next issue that I want to just touch on briefly is how close might a cell tower be to a school? Here, the proposed tower will be 900 feet from the school and about 600 feet from the school playing field. Again, the Environmental Health Trust, the EMF Center, says, quote, the exposure from a cell tower will depend on the type of antennas, the number of antennas, how much the antennas are actually being used, the time of day, etc. The distance needed to reduce exposure down to the general public precautionary level of 100 microwatts per meter squared is often around a quarter of a mile. That's 1,320 feet or more, unquote. They go on and say, quote, a German study reported that people living within 400 meters, that's 1,312 feet, of cell towers had over 3 times the normal rate for new cancers. In an Israeli study, the relative risk for cancer was about 4 times greater within 350 meters. That's 1,148 feet of the cell tower. Based on findings like these, a minimum safety distance of 1/4 of a mile, 1,320 feet, might be considered prudent, unquote. So I come down to, why take a chance? I had 2 children who attended West School years ago. They're now grown. And I have a 4-year-old grandson and a 2-year-old granddaughter. I would not want them spending 5 days a week at a school 900 feet and playing on a playing field 600 feet from a cell tower. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. England.
Thanks, Commission. I'm going to be brief. Sven England, 930 Drive. Going to talk about public safety radio. Based on 35 years as an active volunteer, ended up as assistant chief. 3 terms as the fire commissioner, and 8 years on the public safety liaison committee for the town council. Planning. Resiliency is equal to redundancy. We need the towers up so that we can put the public safety radio repeaters and transponders on top of them. It's not the old days. We're not running analog. We've got a lot of digital data that we need to move back and forth so that people can handle fire, EMS, and police calls. I talked today to Russ Kimes, our OEM. Russ told me that right now the numbers in town are 70% of all the cell phone calls, or 70% of all the 911 calls are cell phone calls. Okay, so that's where our coverage is coming from. And when the wires are in the road, we don't want to go back to the situation we've had before in this town, where people have had to get in their cars and drive to find cell service to call in their emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Gregory Neville. My wife, Marianne, and I are long-term residents of New Canaan. Our children attended West School. My brief comments are addressed to you, the members of the commission, and thank you for your patience tonight, but also to the other town officials that are still remaining here or may be participating by Zoom. Town officials are being asked to make some very important decisions using information provided almost completely to you by Homeland Towers. Homeland's incentives are thus very important consideration as you assess the credibility of the information provided to you. Homeland has been variously described as a partner, which to me implies that they have equal share in risk and reward in this venture, a partner to the town. They've also been described as advisors, which are basically people like law firms or accounting firms, which provide advice with a fiduciary or other ethical duty to provide objectivity to the town. I submit to you, actually, that Mr. Vergatti's characterization, he's repeated this several times, that they're developers, right? They're just like any other developer that comes before you and their information the information they've provided should give you no, you should give them no special deference. As I understand it, if this project proceeds, it will require a significant amount of investment capital arranged by Homeland and provided by Homeland or potentially other outside individuals, outside investors. All the investors will expect a substantial rate of return. For context on that, and apropos of our discussion earlier, of your discussion earlier, a recent investor presentation by American Tower, which is a large international corporation, a REIT, in the same business as Homeland, estimates the return on investment of these types of projects. American Tower's information suggests that with one tenant on a tower, these projects generate a 3% rate of return, not very attractive probably to most of us. With two tenants, a 13% rate of return. When you get to three tenants, you get up to a 24% rate of return, with each additional tenant paying more typically than the previous tenants. So the incremental return of additional tenants increases the return significantly. I submit to you at 24%, we should probably all become investors in this project, but that may explain, they haven't mentioned any of this or disclosed any information, but that may be part of the answer, Mr. Engel, to some of your questions about tower height. As developers, Homeland must also minimize their construction and other costs and maximize their revenue. If this were a private site, they would probably have to pay substantially more than they're proposing to pay the town to acquire the necessary property rights. As I said, if the tower were shorter, it would reduce the number of cell companies that they can lease space to. All of these factors and many others will certainly influence Homeland's recommendations on the engineering and location decisions before you. In this regard, most infrastructure projects also operate using borrowed money. So to the extent we're in a rising interest rate, I suggest to you that timing of the completion of this project is also a relevant consideration in their financing. Sorry, I forgot to bring water. Finally, just to conclude anyway, to date, the financing aspects of this project have been a completely black box. So that your decisions in this very important matter can be fully informed, Homeland should publicly disclose all of the proposed details of the tower's financing strategy. They should include the names of the project's investors, whether it's their capital or outside investors, and who those people are. They should disclose the expected rates of return on the project, and they should disclose detailed pro forma financial statements for each of the possible sites. In this way, you'll be able to evaluate to what extent their financial considerations actually led to their recommendation to put this tower next to a building full of school children. I believe you need that information to make an informed decision on these important matters before you. Thank you for your time and patience tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Tonight, we heard a very polished and interesting presentation from Homeland Towers. And the question that I want to propose to you is to please think very critically about what you heard and what you've seen. You were given the privilege tonight to see the maps that we were told the public would see on the lack of cell coverage. I have another map. This is called Verizon's coverage map that you can go online and see at the internet. And this map says coverage in New Canaan is pretty good. As a matter of fact, it says it's very good. So if you're buying a phone, Verizon shows you this one, and if you're building a tower, they show you that one. So to think critically, you would have to ask the question, can we see the data that underlies this? Can we see your plan? While we were on the site on Friday, the Federal Communications Commission issued a directive to companies such as Verizon and others that they must produce their methodologies, which they have kept secret, particularly the methodology for mobile network coverage, as well as other types of coverage. So everything you've seen, you cannot honestly tell the difference between those pictures and a cartoon. You have no data and no rational basis to make a difference between those charts. Mr. Hobbs, who I don't believe is here, left something out of his story. About 1 year ago, the Federal Court of Appeals issued a directive to the Federal Communications Commission, telling them that their guidelines for safety that Mr. Baldwin referred to, the 2% or 4%, were arbitrary and capricious, and specifically did not include information from, I want to read this. The court found that the FCC ignored numerous organizations, scientists, and medical doctors who called on them to update limits, and the court found the FCC failed to include impacts on children, impacts on brain development, reproductive development, and environmental issues. You can see the actual statement online. I've given you a quick synopsis of it. So a federal court of appeals has said there's no data supporting the guidelines to protect children. So if you put this tower behind the school, that 4%, there's no children in that data pool by which they're making their discussion, and they're specifically leaving out the data that they should have put in. Why is that important? This is a statement from Verizon's annual report. Verizon says to their shareholders in their annual report, our wireless business also faces personal injury and wrongful death lawsuits relating to alleged health effects. We may incur significant expenses and be required to pay significant rewards and settlement. So Verizon is telling its stockholders that there might be an issue here. And the reason they have to tell the stockholders is because they cannot get insurance. The insurance industry has totally walked away from indemnifying companies for radio frequency radiation. Lloyd's of London led the way, and since 1996, the insurance industry won't touch it. Why is that important to us? In the agreement to put town antennas on the 1837 Ponus Bridge antenna, the town of New Canaan signed a contract with Homeland Towers, you have it in your package, signed by Mr. Moynihan, to indemnify and hold harmless for any losses, injuries, deaths arising out of any claims or damages. So the town of New Canaan is now underwriting an indemnity plan for the radiation that Homeland Towers is telling you is safe. But when it comes to working with them, this contract protects them. Town of New Canaan has to have an underwriter. Who underwrites this indemnity policy? Your house, my house, and your school budget. And these issues, as you can see, since Lloyd's of London, the people that insure the Titanic, this is potentially at the level of asbestos and tobacco. So the town of New Canaan now has an unfunded liability. And when we go out to issue bonds, like to help to build the library, we should at least have the courtesy to tell the investors what Verizon is saying, which is that there's a potential issue here. So who's underwriting, who's funding this liability? Another key point is when you put all these facts together, a child going to West School, kindergarten, pre-K through fourth grade, when you look at the number of days, when you look at the hours per day, when you do the arithmetic, you come up with a number close to 6,000 hours. So a child going to West School will be exposed for about 6,000 hours to the radiation that Homeland Towers wants us to indemnify them for. And I don't think that's fair. I also think when you hear about towers being close to school, and I did the research on this, and I actually have a page that I can give you, these schools are not participating in the decision. These schools are being victimized. Stanford High School, the antennas are about 170 feet across the street on top of a high-rise building. They had no say. St. Luke's didn't want this tower. I was in the room when they argued against it. They're being victimized by it, but yet the tower is there. And other schools in Norwalk, other schools in Stanford, when you go through the list, there's quite a number of towers. Homeland Towers provided a list of 29 schools. There's about 1,153, so that's about 2% of the schools in Connecticut, and probably half of those have been victimized. So maybe only 1% of schools. Are we in a hurry to get to the bottom 1% with our school system? I don't think so. Thank you for your time.
Sir, for the record, state your name and address, please.
Nobody else did. Why are you treating me differently?
Because I'm screwing up and I'm missing on the other ones,
Okay.
but I
No
remembered
problem.
with you.
It's real. I
Thank
sent
you
you
very
an
much.
email,
I know you did.
as you know.
Okay, who else would like to speak?
But wait a minute, we did not, we weren't allowed any rebuttal procedurally.
Let's all be.
There was no
civil here.
rebuttal.
Mr. First Selectman, what, first,
Not rebuttal. I mean, ex officio.
But-
I'm not.
an ex
you
officio
physically
member
gonna
of
push
this
it,
commission.
but Mr.
but I'm standing.
Okay,
Oh,
And
hello,
You put your
look, I'm
hand
the chair. I'm the,
Where's the
Well,
camera?
everybody stop, please. I'm the chair. Mr. First Selectman, if you don't mind, when we're done with public input, we'll take input from, the applicants, which include yourself. So I understand.
Correct the record. Their contract is not in effect.
Okay,
You need to know that.
okay, let's please keep this civil. This is not hard. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Who else would like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just gonna have to email this to you.
Sure.
But I'll private.
Okay,
Because no one, I can barely see. So-
okay.
Okay, so I'm Barbara Wills, Bennington Place, and I am going to show you a drone picture that my son took for me. This drone picture shows you, very, very small picture, but that right there is the top of the water tank at West School. That right there is the grass from 70 Bennington Place from my neighbor who had to go pick up her children. And then over here, that's Winfield, right there. That's the bottom of Winfield Lane. That's where the cul-de-sac is. And stop it. And isn't it always people contact you when you're talking? So right here is approximately where we were standing on the site visit, right here. And so if you back out, there's the school. So if the tank, which I got the information on the height of the tank from the town assessor's website, so it's 65 feet tall. And then the trees you can see around it are a little bit taller. So if the tower's down the hill 50 feet vertically by elevation, and we go up 145 feet, that's still gonna have direct radiation raining down on those children all over everywhere. And I just feel like I did a freedom of information request on a lot of stuff, and I got so much that they didn't want to print it. They gave me a flash drive. And the most important thing was said at the very beginning of all this. We don't have an agreement. We don't. There's not an agreement on the books. We haven't decided to do this yet. We're talking about it. We're talking about all the nuts and bolts of what it would be like if we did it, but what we haven't decided is yes or no. And it seems premature to me to be deciding what color your manicure is going to be if you haven't decided to go get one. So I feel like we need to make a real decision about whether or not we're going to do this before we spend more hours deciding how it should be done if we did it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Lowry, and I'm a West School parent. Kevin Moynihan has deliberately left the West School community in the dark about this proposed cell tower. Back in July, he tried to get the Board of Selectmen to approve a lease with Homeland Towers before most parents even knew a tower on school property was being considered. Thankfully, our selectmen, Nick Williams, who was here earlier, and Kathleen Corbett pushed back. Mr. Moynihan, you said at a recent Board of Selectmen meeting that this tower is for school safety. If that's the case, then why don't you tell parents about it? Why don't you want to educate us as to why a cell tower at 150 feet is a good thing? For the record, this meeting, when it was announced on Wednesday afternoon, no one knew about it. It was posted in Town Hall on your bulletin board and on the town website. How many parents do you think are reading respectfully the town website? He has also said that West School teachers support the tower. He said this at a Board of Selectmen meeting. But in fact, teachers haven't even been informed. Many of our teachers have careers at West that span longer than a decade. Do they really want to grow their career at a school where they might feel like a guinea pig? Homeland Towers and Mr. Moynihan want to quietly get this tower approved. They'll show us handouts of existing cell towers and their proximity to Connecticut schools, as we've talked about earlier, with the intention to calm our fears. This isn't the first time it's out of school, right? But what they won't tell us that across the country, carriers have had to take down towers at schools when multiple cases of childhood cancer suddenly show up. One particular case received attention from Nora O'Donnell on CBS News. Google it, Weston Elementary School and Sprint. This is in California. Homeland Towers and Mr. Moynihan, and even some of our town council members, have shamelessly dismissed the health data, much of which shows that long-term exposure is carcinogenic, especially to children whose bodies are smaller and are still developing. So tonight I'm asking three things. First, to P&Z, you need to carefully consider whether you want a green light placing the tallest structure in New Canaan at an elementary school. To our town council, please do not vote on a proposed tower until we have a current needs assessment. Right now, the case for a tower is being based on a 2014 study. That study was done by Centerline Communications, which is not an independent operator, as was said earlier. It counts Verizon among its clients. So to the town council, please don't make a decision based on biased information and information that's nearly a decade old. We need a current needs assessment, and this should be a non-negotiable for our town council. And lastly, to Dr. Lutzy and our Board of Education, please keep West School families regularly informed about this proposed tower and all of the public meetings. Do not acquiesce to Mr. Moynihan. He has no skin in the game, but we all do, and our children do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, there we go.
Grace.
Good evening, Fire Chief Albie Bassett. I'm going to speak on the support of the tower, and I respect everybody's concern for health effects and, looking at all that myself and reviewing the research. But in support of the tower, today's fire service, emergency medical service, and PD not only use radios, we're using a lot of data through basically iPads, our mobile data terminals. Through that system, our CAD data, computer aided dispatch, a lot of secure information comes through there, stuff that we don't like to talk about. And I'll speak on behalf of the police department. School shooting information, the active assailant comes through there. That's coming through. We don't want to send over the air. A lot of our information for your houses, your buildings comes over there that we don't want to put on the air because airwaves are people can listen to them, and we don't put that information over that. So we're relying on data coming over an iPad or a mobile data terminal more and more. Our firefighters get called in by cell phone. Okay, we transitioned from the horn going off on the firehouse to using radio pagers because we know we didn't have coverage, to now we're getting text through data. That's who comes to your house when there's a fire. The EMS is the same way when there's a medical call. We have to get the responders out. So we're relying on that cellular service throughout the town, because our firefighters live throughout the town, and some of them live just over the border in Stamford, which this specific tower would affect. EMS, discussions with a doctor, calling in for medical advice. Again, that I don't have everything cellular. I can't get a radio transmission over. I got to send telemetry through the doctor so they can look at a heart rhythm or get medical information so they can give a specific drug that they need information for. It goes over cellular data. That might be a phone call that EMS is doing. So those are all reasons why we use the data. And of course, our mutual aid partners that use our data also that's coming in, Pound Ridge, Vista, that have to get on our systems for water supplies in those areas that do not have the cell coverage. Because they need to look at that. We don't, today's emergency services limits the amount of traffic on the airwaves for critical information. Like a firefighter down, somebody that's trapped, they want to give that to us right away. A lot of secondary data comes through there that we need to address on the way. As you're talking to 911, they're typing notes and information in on the CAD system that comes over. So that data is constant. It's constantly coming over. We can't handle lapse in that data as we're responding. So that's what we need is the fire service, EMS, and PD. For your residents, that's my job to look out for the residents, look out for the people traveling through New Canaan. Having that access, which was mentioned a couple times, that I can call 911 and I can rely on that. There was a fire, actually one of our firefighters got hurt. The initial call came from the person this was prior to Soundview. The person had to drive down to Smith Ridge to actually get phone service to make the 911 call. He doesn't have a phone in the house anymore. Made the 911 call, fire department respond, minimal damage to the house. We had a firefighter out for 9 months with an ACL. Could that have been prevented just by a cell phone from the house? I can't say yes or no. However, it would have just made the call faster. We would have made our response that much faster to that. Loss of internet, first speaker talked about storms in the area. We lose, people have generators, but wires go down, that loses optimum. That's losing some of the internet providers that you have in your house. Again, now I don't have contact. I don't have contact out to us, nor do we have information going out to you, which is critical. We just did a hurricane drill here in town, and the amount of information that the departments wanted to push out to all our residents to keep you safe and keep your kids safe was critical. And we trying to send it out. We can't get that out to you if the internet's down. We can use cell phone service. We can use the data going over the phones again. And then, of course, the motor vehicle accidents where people don't know where they are. They can use and they can make that phone call when there's no house visible on Ponus Ridge, on some of these streets where they can't find a house, and they can make that phone call. There's reliable cell service to do that. And being a member of the Urban Search and Rescue team in Connecticut, there's been multiple lost people calls we went to that they pinged their phone and found it in the middle of the woods. And they found it by pinging the phone, and that data was able to pinpoint them. And some turned out well, we found the people. Others times we couldn't, we found them, but they didn't want to be found for obvious reasons. But the cell phone was able to get pinged. So that's kind of what I look at as far as the data. It's a different world now. We're not using the bullhorn. We're not using the horn on top of the firehouse. Police department's not going to the call box. That's a hardwired connection between here and the police department. We're constantly streaming information that supports us to support you guys as the community, just to make it safer for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Ritchie.
Good evening, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission and everyone here. My name is Keith Ritchie. I'm a resident of 183 Soundview Lane, and I have some experience and knowledge regarding cell towers that I would like to share with you, hopefully in less than 5 minutes. Cell coverage is important, and I want to illustrate this by personal example. About 16 or 17 years ago, my wife and I went out with another couple, leaving our teenage daughter and son home. Our daughter accidentally cut her hand while cutting an apple. In fact, she almost cut her thumb off. It was hanging down to here. My son called 911 and the EMT took my daughter to Norwalk Hospital, and they applied first aid to stop the bleeding. My daughter needed surgery to reattach the nerves because otherwise she would not recover full use of her thumb. Because my son and daughter were both under 18, the doctors would not do surgery until they had the permission of the parents. Unfortunately, there was no cell coverage where my wife and I were. And this began a terrible period of several hours for my son, who kept calling us and kept receiving no answer. Finally, when we were driving home, we got his call and immediately went to the hospital and were able to order the surgery done by a local wonderful hand surgeon who managed to save the use of our daughter's thumb. As this story illustrates, good cell coverage is important for more than calling first responders. It might be a call from school to tell you that your child is ill or has been hurt. It might be a call to arrange a pickup time or place. It might determine if your GPS works or leaves you stranded. As a result of our experience, my wife and I became true believers about the need for better cell coverage. And when I see parents saying that they are concerned about the health and safety of their children, I wonder why they aren't demanding better cell coverage. Regarding health risk, and this is something you understand I researched for months because I live on a property with a cell tower. I read that American Cancer Society report entirely different. I read it as saying there was no credible science associating cell towers with personal injury. Harvard also, their environmental health and safety group did a study indicating no health risk. But it was best stated by a fellow named Dr. Gary Larson, who's a radiation oncology specialist. So that's radiation and cancer specialist. He's a medical director at the ProCure Proton Therapy Center. And he stated as follows, and I'm quoting, "Cell phones operate using radio waves, no different than those used to broadcast television programs, except that they are higher in frequency. They aren't nearly as high a frequency as visible light, and no one worries about getting cancer from visible light. Ultraviolet light, on the other hand, does cause skin cancer, but this is the minimum energy necessary to cause ionizations that can cause breaks in strands of DNA, which is the mechanism by which cancer cells can be created. There is no credible evidence that non-iodizing radiation has any adverse health effects at all. There is no radiobiological mechanism that could explain such an association, and no scientifically valid evidence has ever happened." He also stated, "Humans have been exposed to man-made radio frequency radiation for over 100 years, and we have always been exposed to microwave radiation from the cosmos. For radiation-induced cancer, studies can show an increase in the likelihood of tumors over a time period less than 10 years and certainly within 20 years. At least something on the order of millions, if not billions of people have used cell phones for over 2 decades now, and there is no evidence that the incidence of brain tumors has increased over the period of time that cell phones have been in use." End quote. And every time you hold that cell phone, that's giving you 100 times the radiation of any cell tower. Thus, I urge you, instead of focusing on superstitious fears about cell phones and cell towers, we should pay more heed to the obvious positive impact of better communication. And note that many residents have cut the cord and have no landline and depend entirely on their cell phones. Better cell service is needed now, and the only way to have better cell service is more cell towers. Regarding the need for additional cell coverage near West School, the town paid for studies by professional engineers, and they determined that there was a lack of good cell coverage in that area. And the cell tower companies and carriers have confirmed tonight this view by their willingness to invest in the proposed cell tower. It's hard for me to see how the need for better cell service there can be disputed rationally. Regarding the impact of cell towers on property values of nearby landowners, what some of you may be concerned about. A study appeared in a publication of the ABA, which is their, it's called Probate and Property. And it concluded that cell towers did not affect property values. This has been borne out in New Canaan in the areas near the tower on Oak Ridge, and the one on Valley Road, and the one on Soundview Lane, where my next door neighbor was able to sell his home for his full asking price within a week. And that was after the cell tower was built and in place. Finally, I want to mention that Homeland Towers, Ray Brigatti, Manny Vicente were honorable, honest, reasonable, and true to their word in every instance throughout the entire negotiation and installation process. They're not just salesmen. They know what they're doing. They're the best in the business. So we should listen to what they say. My tower has been operating for months, true, with only one carrier, but there is no noise whatsoever. You can go right up to it. You won't hear a thing. After they did their initial installation, I haven't seen AT&T come back. Maybe they're coming by, but it's so unobtrusive, we've never noticed it. We're hoping now that we'll get Verizon, but we're certainly not worried about it. I did put in a decibel level maximum in my contract. I urge you to consider doing that. That limits the sort of generators they can use. And having said that, I haven't heard the generator go off once. And evidently it's going off every week. My wife and I, who are up and around and we're outside, we haven't heard it once. In our neighborhood, all the signs are down, everyone's happy, and even the head of St. Luke seems to be rather pleased with the way it all turned out. Lastly, very last thing, commissioners, the language of your regulations on cell towers says that cell towers should be visually shielded, camouflaged, and are minimized as to be visually unobtrusive as possible when viewed by nearby properties. I think those are great words. I urge the members of your commission to focus on that issue during your consideration of whether to approve the proposed cell tower. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ilyas Islamov. I'm a resident on Pennington Place. I'm a West School parent. And I wanted to kind of come and repeat some of the points very briefly that I've heard tonight on the proposed cell tower. First off, again, I have not, I've heard several arguments about an urgent need for better reception in that donut of a reception, map, which is not, which is the one that we heard about today. I have not noticed that from personal experience. I've never had any issues making a call. The studies that this need assessment is based on, again, are almost a decade old. I heard requests to repeat that assessment, given the state of things today, and I wholeheartedly support that. There are obviously many other areas that in town that are dead zones, and I heard that there are efforts to fill those and cover them. Again, I can only speak about the area that I live in. Even if for some reason the west side of the city needed to, to some improved coverage because of first responders or whatever, I can think of, I just cannot think of a worse, more controversial location than putting it behind an elementary school. And again, I don't care about the property values of my house or any of that. What I do care about is my kids. I'm a cancer survivor myself. I would do anything to, to even if there's a theoretical minuscule chance. And I heard some very strong opinions as to what can and cannot cause cancer, but we could debate this, for a long time, but why take that chance if we don't have to? And there's alternative locations that could potentially fill in that need, assuming that need indeed exists today. Then in addition to just the health, the RF radiation health aspect of things, there's, I think, many other, potential risk sources to do with the construction, the maintenance of this infrastructure on an ongoing basis, close to where kids are learning and playing. Given everything in the news nowadays about school safety, et cetera, I would think would want to, be more mindful about protecting our schools and limiting access, and not really look to turn them into construction sites. Just to continue on the aspect of, again, I heard some, again, I'm no expert on the technology aspect of cell towers and what's the latest technology. My understanding is that there already is a certain antenna on top of the West School. My understanding is that this cell tower, the way it is proposed, will not contain 5G capability. Maybe at a later point it could be upgraded. Again, I'm no aspect on the technology aspect, but what I did hear is that this must be great technology because, hey, Verizon's stock price is going up, so they must be doing great. Well, Verizon stock price is trading lower than it was trading 25 years ago, so they could probably be doing better with the technology on that aspect. And just to kind of take this a step further, imagine if the towers were built and God forbid there's some sort of an accident that happens because of all the extra traffic, or a new study comes in that's more definitive that actually now we have more data and kids are indeed susceptible. Who's going to be on the hook, right? We heard that the city will likely have to provide some indemnity. I own New Canaan muni bonds. I know for a fact none of that is disclosed in the financial disclosures. Bonds are trading at deep discounts. I can tell you if something like this happened, there'll be plenty of incentive for investors to actually act on that. And I mean, so for all those reasons, I think the proposed location is extremely insensitive. At times it has seemed downright nefarious how elected officials have been pushing this so hard. When everybody in the immediate community has been opposing it very vocally. When myself and my family decided to move to New Canaan.
Sir, if you can wind up, please.
Yeah, of course. We came here for the overall, like we knew that we're not moving here for the reception. We accepted that as part of the lifestyle and the community that we wanted to live with. We've gotten exactly what we needed for. We are aware of the overall, coverage and first responder coverage and any risks that we're taking on if indeed those exist. So with that said, please let's continue with the transparent process as we review this very sensitive to me and to all my neighbors proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Sir? Pointing that way. Mr. Simpson? I trust you will be, Mr. Simpson.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Keith Simpson, and I live probably in one of the houses which is closest to the Silver Hill Tower. But I've also been involved in construction in town for over 40 years, and I've done a lot of work on Ponus Ridge, on Dan's Highway, Greenlee, or Hackney. And as much as it's possible, with all respect to Mr. Ward, that it is possible to get good service erratically in that area, generally the service is extremely poor, right up and down the whole west side. And we have had people who were injured on a job and they couldn't get a call out. And they actually drove to my office in town saying, can you please call for the ambulance to get someone and so on. Everything worked out, but it was an example of how difficult it is to get cell service. So I do believe the need is compelling up and down the area that we're talking about getting covered by this. But secondly, in terms of living next to the Silver Hill Tower, which I do, when I was looking to buy the house, there was no cell service on Valley Road. And I thought that was maybe a reason not to buy the house. Then I learned that there was going to be a cell tower. And then I learned that it was actually going to be really not very far away. It was going to be about 200 feet away. So I got in touch with everybody I could. Scott France and other people all sent me information about it. I thought I better read about this to make sure that I'm okay getting a house where the cell tower is going to be that close. And it turns out that everything I read said it's going to be okay. It got built. It's in the woods. We don't hear it. We don't see it. I don't look at the driveway like Mr. Turner does. He sees more activity than I do, but it's totally quiet. I never hear a generator. And frankly, they're very good neighbors. So I just wanted to add that to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Colin Keenan. I live on Ponus. 3 kids at West, not close enough to the other one, but I still care. I guess, very quick. I hate talking about myself, but very quickly, I am a private debt and equity investor in telecom, not exclusively, but currently on a board of 2 companies. We control in this space. So I'm not an expert. I know enough to be dangerous. I also went to U.S. Naval Academy. You can't fight war without power and comms, as I learned the hard way. So they teach us power and comms, systems engineering, radio frequencies, power, thermodynamics, etc. So I know a little bit enough to be dangerous. And I guess when I think about this place, the topology and the morphology in this town, it's a tough one. That's why you have a cell tower, and not very far away from it, it's kind of useless. There's rocks, there's ridges, there's ravines. Mr. Moynihan, you keep saying leaves, but 3G and 4G, those spectrums, leaves will eventually get you. So yes. But so you have that difficult topology and morphology here. But the problem is, we talked about facts, and we talked about technology, right? But you also have a study that's 8 years old. And we've seen in my lifetime, a tremendous amount of things in this world. You said nothing in our lifetime, right? But in my lifetime, I've seen a lot. There were no cells, then we went 1G analog, then we went digital, etc. So I guess, so what we're fighting is a 15-year-old fight. There is small cell technology that is out there now, right? You need both. That's why for the last decade and change, Verizon's been going into cities and doing small cell densification. It supports the bigger towers. We have a number of bigger towers. I guess, and then Kevin, you also said at the last town hall meeting, you said Verizon, they're investing in this town. They haven't done that in 5-6 years. Let me ask you why. The nature of our work hasn't changed, but how we work and where we work have. Go to Talmadge Hill. No cars there anymore. Barely any. Sure, there's 20, 30. How we have changed work. So where these carriers are deploying money has changed. That's why they're here. Not because Verizon found a pocket of money and they want to spend it in this town. So no decision here tonight, I think, right? Well, to a certain extent there is or isn't, but so you're using a study that's antiquated, right? Because the other big thing too is 3G, 4G, 5G. Right now, Verizon is decommissioning its 3G network. In 2016, 14, whenever the study was done, 3G and 4G was brand new. 5G is actually very different technology. It's not, you can't go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. It's a millimeter band. It's a radar frequency. It's not a cell phone frequency. So, and the other last point about the technological changes is that you have new, not technology, but you have new companies out there that are doing what they call carrier neutral. Right now, we're talking about Verizon, and then we're talking about AT&T. There are companies out there that didn't exist 8, 9, 10 years ago that are doing what's called carrier neutral. That means it doesn't matter, because in 3G, you had an AT&T phone and you had a Verizon phone. What is on CDMA technology? One's on GSM. They can't talk to each other. 4G solved that problem. One standard. 5G, they're still working on the standards, right? But there will be one eventually. So you have a lot of technological changes out there that have happened and have occurred, and how we work and where we work has changed. So I'm not against it. It'd be nice to have, and I think generally we get hit by facts here, and then we get hit by fear. A lot of stories, not great, but it's a push-pull, right? But how we work and where we work has changed. And so what I would urge you to do is do a new study, right? And I believe there might be 1 or 2 new cells that are Armory, maybe Norwalk, that got set up after that study was done. So figure out where the holes are, and you go build small cell there. And you can have a carrier neutral company that'll come do it for you. Gentlemen, have you ever built a small cell network?
Well, sir, I need you to address the commission, okay?
All right. Okay. Apologies, sir.
No worries.
All right. No, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So my point is just, maybe we should do a new study. Maybe we should do an RFP. We're seen beholden to a company that won a contract 6 years ago. And they've never installed a system that most of the carriers are pushing for, as well as the tower companies, et cetera. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I had 10 things, but I'll make it 2 since I think I'm last. All right. I'm Steve Schmitz, 87 Bayberry Road, but I grew up on 110 Winfield Lane, right where this is going to loom over. Numerous reasons I think that are logical. And I want to thank the commission for being here. You guys asked great questions. Thank our esteemed guests. You made a great presentation. I'm normally on your side, but when I build manure digesters, I don't build them next to my own house. So, we get arguments anyway. We build them on farms where nobody cares, right? The main, I have no order of reasons, but there's one reason that goes on top. There's potential health problems. I'm not a scientist, but there's potential, maybe 0.01%, some percent. My mom lives there. 90 years old, my mom, 45 years paying taxes in New Canaan. My father built that cul-de-sac. It was a dead end when we moved in. He landscaped it. That was our little piece of heaven. You said it yourself, down at that end of the road, nice and quiet, could be in Vermont, right? That's what you pay for when you move to New Canaan. Little next station to heaven, not next station to the cell phone tower, right? And I get it. It checks a lot of boxes, but my mom's not a box. West School Wales, Westy, save the whales. That's what I say. So you guys, this will keep going on, not going to keep us going, but I think a lot of good points were made tonight, and I think it's good that everybody's listening. It's an interesting discussion. Maybe there's a need for communication. I live on Bayberry. I get crappy reception. I love it. Nobody can call me at home. It's a great excuse. Everybody should try that once in a while. Have a good night.
Okay, I live on Bayberry too, but I'll be, as the chair, I'll be silent. Yes, sir. Steve? Sir, in the middle?
Yeah, thank you. Alex Martin's neighbor on the west side on Arrowhead, and obviously a concerned parent like many here. Very, very briefly, I want to address the commission. Thank you for being here and listening to us. I want to echo the comment of everyone who has presented arguments against the tower, not the least of which is obviously the potential health concerns with kids that are, in my opinion, non-negotiable. But again, that's my opinion. I leave it to you to weigh that in your own consciences. And finally, I think everyone has said this, and I want to make it absolutely clear, maybe put forward that and formally request an updated study from an independent party with high resolution geolocation and signal strength, so that we can actually put this argument behind us and understand what the real need is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Lynn, can you check Zoom land, please? Okay, and then while we're waiting, gentlemen, Mr. First Selectman, if anyone has any,
I have a question.
sure.
For the first,
Actually, well, Mr. Engel, I'm sorry, we good? Perfect. Okay, Mr. Engel.
so maybe it's part of your remarks, but what did the last study cost? And do you have any estimate on what an independent study like the Centerline study might cost this time around? And
I believe Centerline was retained in 2014. They did their study in 2015. It cost about $30,000. You know, it's a drive around study. The important thing to know is there have been no new towers. You know, because they don't go 3 miles, right? So it's like wine, it does not get better like wine may, right? With the absence of additional towers. So I have no objection to doing an updated study. I believe it'll confirm what Verizon is telling us, because Verizon is a large company that's trying to serve its customers.
so I live on Ponus, and my own experience is not entirely consistent with these gaps in coverage. I mean, I have a serious gap in coverage at my house because I live down in the bottom and the lowest point of Ponus. But according to this on top, if I'm reading it right, and I want you to help me understand it, but according to this, all of Ponus is out of coverage, and that's just not been my experience. My section of Ponus is out of coverage, but the higher points of Ponus, I believe, have coverage. So maybe it's only because I'm in a car and I'm not in a building. So that's why I'd like a more refined and more current study.
Well, they've just gone through the propagation maps with the 1837 Ponus, and they had approved to the siting council the need. The siting council will not approve a tower unless the need is proven by the carriers. So 1837 is not approved yet. So as I've told a lot of you, you can download an app called Open Signal. There's a couple other apps. It'll show you where you're getting a signal from. Occasionally, at certain times of day, you may get a signal from a Stanford tower, right? But during busy times of day, you'll get no signal, because each of those antennas only can service so many devices, right? And that's reliability of service. You know, sporadic service is not good quality service.
So would a study tell us what times of day? And
well, again, I have no objection to updating the study, but I don't believe it's going to, these carriers, we've been fighting for years to get Verizon to improve their service. Because Joe made the comment or something, they will show you marketing maps in the store downtown, which are not true. Why they're allowed to do that, I don't know. Right. But the reality is they need, and the gentleman made the point, the world changed. Carriers all of a sudden want to serve the suburbs because people are staying at home and working. So they want, when I met with Verizon in January 2018, they said, Kevin, you guys missed the boat for coverage. Our budget for coverage is here. Our budget for capacity is here, right? We're only focusing on New York City and places that need capacity. So the world changes over time.
I just think it might add credence to your argument that if we update our study and it tells us that what Centerline said was true in 2014 is still true today, then we're going to be able to put a lot of the doubts, to rest.
Well, again, I think the siting council trusts the carriers to come with their data. I'd like if it's required that they show their methodology, I think we ought to make them do that. But I don't think national companies lie.
Well, let me ask a couple questions. So the coverage maps that were submitted by Verizon identify a 700 megahertz coverage map. And these maps are significantly different than what was brought up by one of the speakers and what's on Verizon's website in terms of available coverage on their website. And their website identifies the broad range of cell frequency coverage, not just 700 megahertz. And even in your own submission here on the health issues and the, what was it called? The MPE, the maximum permissible exposure, and talking about the types of antennas, 746 megahertz is the least frequency antenna that's going to be on these towers. You've got 869, 1900, 2100, all the way up to 3500 megahertz antennas on this tower, multiples of all of those. So why doesn't the coverage map include the coverage capacity for all frequencies?
What we typically submit to the siting council are coverage maps, and I could have provided them to you tonight for each of the frequencies. But what I said earlier on, if you recall, the coverage footprint for all frequencies higher than 700 megahertz is smaller than what you see in 700 megahertz. So everything is going to be smaller. These little blips along Ponus Ridge that you see in green on the existing Verizon Wireless 700 megahertz coverage plot at 850 megahertz may disappear. At 1900 megahertz, they will definitely disappear. So those coverage footprints are smaller, and the coverage that you're getting from some of these surrounding sites on Ponus Ridge today that's shown on the 700 megahertz plot won't exist at the higher frequencies.
But what I also heard you say earlier was that the 5G technology is an ultra high megahertz frequency distribution. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
I'm not sure I said ultra high.
Someone did.
There
That it operates at a much higher frequency.
there are two different types of 5G services. What someone mentioned millimeter wave frequencies, and those are in the 36 or 3700 megahertz frequency ranges. But there are fifth generation services that are going to be provided at 850 megahertz, for example, wherever there's available spectrum. So it's hard. You can't just say 5G is in this spectrum, because it's not. It's gonna be across the board ultimately in all different frequencies. But it propagates at the frequency level and not necessarily the 5G moniker, if you will. So to that point, if you look at the 700 megahertz plot that we provided, there are spots that show green along Ponus Ridge Road as you travel south of, adjacent to, and then north of the West School property. And again, if you look at the key to the map, the green service area is less than or equal to 95 95 decibels RSRP, and that's essentially Verizon's in-vehicle standard. It doesn't mean that you couldn't make, initiate, or receive a call if you're not in an area where you're getting at least neg 95 signal strength. It means the service is unreliable. So you're more likely to drop that call. You may get it, you may receive it, but you're going to drop it pretty quickly, or you may not be able to initiate the call. Or if you initiated the call, it may drop and then you won't be able to reinitiate the call. So the whole key is to try, Verizon has established these standards of reliability, right? And again, it doesn't mean that in every instance, in every case, you won't be able to make a call from your home or from your driveway, depending upon what's happening around, the coverage footprints shrink and expand depending upon the time of day. If you're trying to make a call 2 a.m, you may have service in areas that you don't at 5 p.m. during rush hour. So a lot of those factors go into it. So the desire to build a reliable network puts you in a position where you're trying to get, frankly, as much of the NAIC 85 service rather than just the NAIC 95. NAIC 95 is the in-vehicle minimum that Verizon attempts to achieve. They would love to have NAIC 85 everywhere, because that's even more reliable than NAIC 95. So but you can only get what you can get. And you'd have to build many more facilities in order to have that coverage footprint at NAIC 85 expand even beyond what it's showing on these maps. So it doesn't surprise me that occasionally you're making calls in your driveway or along Ponus Ridge.
Oh, never in my driveway.
Never in your driveway.
Never.
But possibly.
But on top of the ridge.
Sure. Sure.
And that's what I'm getting lots of emails from lots of neighbors who say my coverage is fine. So I'm trying to understand those. And I just got one now from a neighbor who says, I live on Wing Road and my coverage is fine. So why is the fire chief saying he needs reliable data coverage? Can you talk for a moment about what the chief talked about in terms of data communications off these?
Data requires a lot more capacity. Data eats a lot more capacity from a cell site. So
pipe, used to call it.
yes, I've heard that analogy as well. So when you're trying to pump data through a wireless system, you're filling a lot more of the pipe. And so the need for that higher quality signal strength becomes even more important.
Would this be equivalent, as Commissioner Chris? Look at, I'm thinking of the internet. You're streaming in high def, you're using a lot of bandwidth. If you're just sending packets of flat files and data, it doesn't use as much. And is it a similar type of concept you're discussing here?
It is, but over a wireless medium, right? Now you've got other factors, other environmental factors that come into play. You've got people making cell phone calls. You've got other people trying to use that same bandwidth in a particular location.
Yeah.
You've got people coming in and out of those coverage areas for a mobile network like cell phone services. So it all kind of adds to the need for better, more reliable service from all of these cell sites. I think Mr. Moynihan said it correctly. Verizon's needs in the area haven't changed in the last 10 or 15 years, let alone 7 or 8. We were here a number of years ago looking at other opportunities and then went away for a while because the opportunities just weren't presenting themselves, or we were getting a lot of opposition, and Verizon decided to shift and go another direction. Those needs haven't changed. They're still here. And I think these maps demonstrate at least at 700 megahertz. I'm happy to provide you with the other frequency maps, but they will show you areas of coverage significantly less than even what these maps show.
I just want to add to that. We don't design the networks. And I would happily build whatever Verizon, AT&T need. They dictate the need and what works best for their network. Not you folks, not us, not anyone else. And what they do with their networks are fascinating, outstanding, if you think about it. They're the experts. And if Verizon had a need for a different type of infrastructure in a different area, that's where we'd be. That's what we'd be trying to achieve and develop. There's been a lot of conversation. Can you do small sites? Where it's applicable, yeah, we're working in municipalities where we're looking at 50-foot structures, not 145 structures, because that's what the network needs. There's limitations on microcells and outdoor DAS networks that don't allow Verizon and the licensed carriers to achieve their goals for network coverage for their customers and providing them enhanced, not just coverage, but all that their products enable their customers to access and do. So, the idea that anyone other than the carriers are the true experts in what's needed, it is just, that's just convenient. And the idea that we would be pushing something that the industry didn't need or demanded for their networks is also a little silly.
Can I reach out to anybody mind? I'll be less than 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Don't dictate.
20 seconds, because typically we do not.
They don't dictate. They give you search rings to thousands of companies like this. They say, I got a search ring here, I got a search ring here. I don't care what you do or how you do it. I want coverage here.
Okay, thank you.
They do.
Thanks. Okay.
No.
No, we're all set. We opened it up to Zoom. Everything's good. No, sorry. We've been at this for 3 hours. We good? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. This hearing's closed.
What's the next step?
Well, that's, before everybody packs up.
Are we back here tomorrow?
Yeah, different.
This is on it.
Okay, so commissioners, I don't see anybody really wild about making any decisions tonight. Okay.
Thank you.
Tomorrow night's gonna be a long night.
Are we making a vote for a straw poll?
Actually,
Or are we making?
excuse me, this meeting's still ongoing. In the back, Mr. Simpson, Kathleen. We're still running a meeting here, please. Actually, Mr. Ward, you can rejoin us. Okay, so.
Are we making a ruling or are we making a recommendation or?
So so talking about this, the 824
Mhm.
is we are making a determination as to whether or not, as presented to us, this cell tower is consistent or not consistent with the plan of conservation development. That's the decision that we have to make. And as I said at the beginning of the night, and I spoke to Attorney Gelderman about this, is as part of that referral, that decision, we can also include recommendations. So we can say it's not consistent with the plan of conservation development and we're done. Or we can say it's consistent with the plan of conservation and development, assuming the following things would happen with the application.
Or we can say we need more information in order to make that, such as
I
a
closed the hearing.
study. But we could say, I mean, if
closed
I can't say yes or no, or vote one way or the other without an updated coverage map, for example, one of the last things discussed.
Well, we have to make a decision one way or another. I mean, you could say, we're not making a decision tonight, by the way. We'd still have to make a decision one way or another.
But regardless of our decision, it still goes to town council and then to the board of selectmen.
Yes.
It's the role of the town council as representing the owner of the property to
Mhm.
discuss a lease and decide what to charge and so forth. That's their.
And
decision,
we do,
not us.
and we have latitude in terms of how we frame our decision. We can take a very, very narrow view in which we say, is this cell tower in this location as presented by the applicant? Is that consistent or not? And we can point to a specific area of the plan of conservation development. We could keep it extremely narrow. Or we can widen the scope of that decision. And part of the challenge here is how do we interpret the plan of conservation development? Do we just look at the 2 pages which address telecommunication facilities in the town of New Canaan? Or do we take into account the entire plan of conservation development, which talks about quality of life and, et cetera, et cetera?
On that question, I would say that we should take a broader view of the entire P O C D. We've
Well,
been
I think
asked.
I thought we weren't going to discuss this tonight. We can. But that's getting into the discussion.
It's up to you. Do you want to have that discussion? I thought we were just not having a vote.
We can have the discussion. Sure. You guys want to have the discussion?
We don't have it tonight. When would we have it?
It's a good question because we got a brutal agenda tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow night's gonna be longer than this. Or unless we do
Yeah.
another special meeting.
And also, when are we gonna deliberate on Bertus?
Right.
I'm assuming-
Yeah, I think we should chat about it.
Okay.
Or
Thoughts?
So I do think that the underlying question is whether this is consistent with the P O C D. And so I believe that we're looking at consistent with the entire P O C D and all of its provisions for quality of life and safety, not just the narrow question of telecommunications. So I believe it should be a more expanded discussion. I do think that the point was made that we should get an updated coverage. It has been 8 years since we did a centerline study. I'm not saying we need a new $30,000 study, but we should at least get some sort of verification that what we have is still true. An endorsement, if you will, or a letter from one or more independent experts that says the centerline information is still more or less true. That would help me make my decision.
But what's the timeline for getting the report and when we have to make a decision?
Oh, we're talking about a study, so
God, you have 35 days from last Friday.
we're not going to get a study.
I say it's possible. I'm just saying you do have a timeline that if you don't act within 35 days, it's automatically.
Oh, approved. Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we could, Kevin has said he's in favor of a study, so we could just recommend that there'll be a study confirming the prior, or a study reviewing the prior findings.
The Board of Selectmen of the Town Council can certainly order that as the owner in order to come to a decision. That's certainly not impossible. But, you know, when we think about health and welfare, there's, you know, lives at stake. I'm, you know, balancing the issue of, you know, to what extent is there a worry regarding radio frequency physical harm versus the need for radio frequency access on the part of our first responders. We've had our fire chiefs telling us how very important it is. We have other people who have had lack of access to cell communication. In my own household, we have this, and there was a not car accident, but a flat tire, and the wife had to walk up the hill and try to find cell service, and it wasn't very good. And you know, you have narrow streets and winding streets, and it can be dangerous. Fortunately, no one was injured, but it's a challenge. And I think, I mean, in my own house, even if I have a 1 bar, my phone still won't ring. Sometimes it takes a couple days for the voicemail to kick in. It's not very good. And of course, I looked at their map, and it's still not going to be very good because I'm in a valley with a 20-foot granite cliff in front of my house. Doesn't help, but that's a worry too. So it's a balance of potential threat to health and welfare, life and limb from lack of cell service, continuous cell service for residents, visitors, and first responders versus potential health issues as claimed by some from a tower near a school or a cell tower period. I think these issues are the ones we have to weigh here.
Well, I also think as a planning point of view, also, like someone had mentioned, like, are we doing this or not? Everyone's just assuming we're doing this. Like, I have no problem with the cell tower and everything. My problem is where they want to put it. You know, I agree, we do need more cell coverage, but I don't want to put it in the backyard of West School. I just don't. And when people say, well, we don't know.
So then you would be saying it's inconsistent with the plan of conservation and development because we have been asked to determine whether this specific site.
My concern with public health would overweigh my concerns with telecommunications.
Because listening is so it's public health, it's coverage need, and then it's these other recommendations which I've written down and I've heard tonight, and they're all pretty straightforward. And so you know, there's sort of 3 buckets I think we have to think about just listening to everybody. You know, one is the basics. You know, Dan, you talked about additional acoustical, you know, those types of items. That's items that can be added to an approval that it's consistent. If you determine that public health of the school outweighs the need in this location for coverage, then it's inconsistent.
As far as the noise issues, I'm thinking about the building that was built in Talmadge, the water pump. Yes, that there'd be a soundproofing there. Certainly that can be done perhaps by a higher fence, putting soundproofing in a fence to ameliorate that. That certainly could be done, including a higher fence to help screen it. All of these are possibilities that are not particularly expensive or certainly aren't technologically challenging. So those could be recommendations, but the health and welfare, I guess there are three things. One is just convenience of having cell service. And I think most people are in favor of that. Then there's health and welfare, and the 2 things are health and welfare of threats to health and welfare, because I can't call the ambulance because someone in my house just had a heart attack. And by the time I get a signal, a person is injured, there's a car accident or some type of need for immediate assistance, versus
potential health and welfare issues of just the fact that a cell tower is existing at a particular location. And those would seem to be the balances of health and welfare that we would want to consider.
Right. Agreed.
To my mind.
Agreed.
One thing we didn't ask, and maybe we should have, is given the fact that the site is 47 acres, is there the option to bury the tower deeper into the site to get to that magic number that was thrown around of a 1/4 mile distance to 1,300 feet as opposed to 900 feet?
So presented during the hearing, on the other hand, look, this is not a regular application, so I may be going out on a little bit of a limb here, but there was an alternative site considered closer to Llewellyn. But then I think the trade-off was you needed a much higher tower because it's further down the hill. So when you all did that site visit, so the alternative location is if you went further down. Yeah.
My recollection that, Mr. Chairman, that further down the hill looked like a wetland, looked pretty wet to me. And so building there would be difficult. You have that sort of a little peninsula off to the lower right, at least on the map. But that's where the leach fields are for the sanitary, for the school, as well as that little isthmus connecting it is where a pipe is going to the leach field. So that strikes me as a bit awkward.
Although I believe they did have a site they could make work, but it, I think you're right. I think there were, and I could be wrong about this, I think there were more, actually, Kevin, you're part of this discussion, since you are, what's my favorite term?
Ex officio.
Ex officio, thank you. So Kevin, if you care to add.
Well, there's two issues. One, we want cell coverage at West School. I've met with the Crisis Advisory Board. They understand the need for cell service at West School. Internal service doesn't give you the protection you need for active shooters and things. You've already showed communications, everything in a protecting a school. So I think the public safety people would like to see West. And if you go way down there, you're basically going into the side of the hill. Radio signals are
Are
line
you
of
saying
sight.
the Llewellyn location would not adequately cover
I-
the West School campus?
Well, again, just topography. And I thought this commission made very clear when you studied, you don't want very tall towers. 186-foot tower would be the tower that we just thought was off your limits in terms of proving. So and it raises other issues as to the visibility from other neighbors. So this seemed to be, 900 feet by most standards is, again, I go back to the notion, it's not the cell tower. That's the problem. It's the cell phone. Read the American Cancer Site website. If you think there's a problem with radio signals, it's not the tower, it's the cell phone.
Okay, so that's the information on the alternative site.
Well, the alternative site, Llewellyn, it would be 186 feet, but it's down how much more feet? It's not at the same level as the one proposed.
Right.
No, it'd be further down.
Right, so how high would it look? It wouldn't
Well,
be
if you're
186
living
feet.
down on Llewellyn, it'd look really, really high.
Yeah, if I'm at West School,
Pardon me?
but if you're at West School, it's a 1/4 mile away. It's probably not visible.
Right,
I
well,
mean, I guess it's more true for the neighbors in Llewellyn.
well, and I mean, the other argument was less effective from a coverage standpoint.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay.
I think in order of magnitude that the tree canopy is more or less at 100 feet. And what you're talking about is 10 feet, 20, 30, and 40 feet above the canopy for the 4 antennas. And what we'd be talking about instead are 50, 60, 70, and 80 feet above the tree canopy at a 180. So I think in orders of magnitude, that's about what we're talking about.
You can't make that look like a tree.
More like a redwood, but wrong part of the country.
So what do you guys want to do? You want to think about it more? You want to try to reach a decision tonight?
Well, I think we ought to at least have a framework for how we would arrive at a decision. And so we've talked about the first dependency is, do we need additional cell capacity? Do we need a tower? And we've said that the way to get to that answer is by getting an endorsement of the existing study or an endorsement or not. And then we would at least know what problem we're trying to solve with more definitivity, with more current information and with a definitive answer from an independent source, which is another point that was made. Once we've determined we need the capacity, the second question is where? And we've just started to dance around that question, which is, have we considered all the possible alternative sites? Could we move this 20 feet down? I mean, Llewellyn is one question, but could we even meet, should it be moved even 20, 30, 40 feet, down the hill further away from the school? Every bit counts to some of these constituents. So the second question is where? The third is, as Dan Radman said, is the 100 provisions that you sometimes put on an application where you say, I want to know about your decibel count. I'd like to reduce it by 10 feet because I don't think you need the fourth carrier. I think I'd like you to reduce the 650-foot roadway to no more than 400 feet, whatever those aspects of the design are. So I think that becomes the third piece of making a recommendation. And I think the town council, frankly, would prefer to have this information and these recommendations and all of this vetted by us so that they can make a decision.
So the third piece is relatively easy. Okay, we just hashed that out. As I said earlier, it's, the points came up during the meeting. I think there's a couple of points that are easy and then a couple that are harder, the acoustical coverage, better coverage, those types of things. That's pretty easy. Whether you somehow say to them they can't take a fourth carrier, I think that's a lot harder. But that's something we could hash out.
For example, wetlands. I have not heard from wetlands that they like this. They like the current plan, which minimizes wetland crossing versus the plan that would have more wetland crossing, but less impervious surface.
Lynn, my understanding is wetlands was okay with this solution.
I'd just like to get a little bit more than seemed okay with from wetlands.
The part I'm struggling with is we're limited, or we've pigeonholed ourselves into dealing with Homeland Towers as the developer, as a town. We've had a contract with them, or we do have a contract with them for Upper Ponus Ridge. We have a standing contract with them for other developments, which then weds us to the assumption that the solution we're going to have for cell phone coverage is building more towers in town, because that's what they do. They build towers. It's to their advantage to build as many towers as they can, whether it's for our town or for anyone else. That's their business model. What we haven't seen is, and something I requested when we were doing the regulations 4 years ago, and it wasn't getting CenterPoint, who's a subcontractor to Homeland Towers, and this whole little web of people working on the report, completely independent study that determines not only the topography, not only the current coverage availability in the town based on all available resources, because since we did the regulations in 4 years ago, and since the study was done, there have been additional nodes put in town on Park Street, down on Ponus Ridge, on Lower Ponus Ridge, that add small cell coverage to parts of town. They just have. I've seen the trucks putting them in. So there needs to be an updated information in terms, to your point, of the entire coverage. But not that I don't believe Homeland, but I think we need a completely independent third-party analysis of what the best strategic solution for cell phone coverage in the town is, not someone who we've already signed a contract with. That's the problem I'm having.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. The problem that we have is limited time. How do we do that in 30 days?
Well, and also I'll just
Reject it and start over.
chime in. I mean, I think all of this is going a bit beyond an 824 referral in terms of doing studies. I mean, an 824 referral, at least in my experience, is pretty cut and dry. It's a thumbs up or it's a
Yeah.
thumbs down. And so to start doing studies and requesting more information and all of that, it's like, this isn't an application. This is really just a, hey, is this consistent with the P O C D or not? And we can take the P O C D as a whole, or we can take the P O C D narrowly, but I'm not sure we can just start new sites.
I would
I
agree.
understand that.
We have a narrow brief.
Yeah.
And the Board of Selectmen and Town Council have a different brief as the owner of the property and deciding, do we want to rent to somebody, and if so, on what terms? Okay.
I think we ought to consider making the further study something that should happen after our approval and before the lease is signed. And that solves our time problem. And but as I said earlier, Kevin had indicated that he was for the study, and so I assume that it will be done. And I also assume that it will be confirmatory because, you know, as I was driving around to that site visit, I got lost because I couldn't use my MapQuest to find my way out back to where I live. So I'm fairly new to town, so I don't know these things offhand, but I could tell you that I didn't have service on the way back. So, you know, I don't think we need to wait. We don't have time to wait, and I think it would be reasonable to just make that a recommendation.
I mean, if there are going to be recommendations, assuming there's a yes, assuming.
Yeah.
It would be a decibel limit for the location. There would be, as we had in other locations where there's noisy equipment. Two, whether the fence there's going to be a fairly concealing fence and a relatively nice one, I would assume, but more details on that. Three, screening. They suggested some trees, but I'm not sure that's going to work out because of infestation issues. And four, that the town council or the Board of Selectmen or the first selectman have a updated study of the area, and then they can use that in their interpretation on whether to proceed with the lease, and if so, on what terms. But I think as far as our area, as Commissioner Nielsen suggested, our brief is relatively narrow. And if you look at the entirety of the plan of conservation development, which I think we always do, because it comes down to a balance of this versus that in most anything we do, is there are essentially three points. One is capacity of greater cell service, where I think everybody's in favor of on this. I've never met anyone in town who wants bad cell service. Okay, I haven't met that person yet. Two, a potential blight issue of, you know, some ugly thing put somewhere. This is pretty deep in the woods, so I see that personally as relatively minor. But three is health, and then there are two hands. One hand of better and more reliable communication that can preserve life and limb, as we have heard from our first responders. And second, potential health issues from radio frequency waves that are close to a school facility where there are many people or a high population. And it's balancing these issues out that I think would go into our decision. That's me. It's the points I'm thinking about.
Look, I think the challenge is fine until you get to health risk.
Well, health risk, I mean, broadly, when I think of my own decisions as a commissioner, that, you know, health and safety are pretty darn high, if not the highest thing I think about. Aesthetics are nice, but health and safety are up there. And so, as we have heard, where you people who are injured, where you have our fire chief has said that this is very important for the prosecution of his job, of ambulances, of police. And that's pretty important, at least in my mind. We also have potential worries on radio frequency waves. And I understand people are concerned about that. It'd be nice if we didn't have any of these things, but that's not the world we live in. And so it's the relative balance of this. I mean, I'd hate to say no, and then there's a car crash on Ponus and no one can call and someone dies. That would not be good. I also worry about potential health issues for school children who are not all that far away, as well as people who work in that facility, and you have neighbors too, living in their home who want to feel secure. These are the things to balance off, I think.
Has the town ever engaged a consultant to force through the health data?
I think so. That'd be a tough one.
John, you're actually entering an area where you amend your regulations to conform to the Federal Communications Act of 1996. And that is the law that federally dictates you cannot consider health considerations as a local P and Z if you had jurisdiction. In Connecticut, the only state in the country that has a siting council. The first thing the siting council says when they have a meeting is, we will not hear any testimony about health.
That's not true.
Sorry, sir, this hearing's closed. Okay, I'm sorry.
That part of it is true, Joe. When you get to the
Mr.
siting council-
First Selectman, now you're undercutting me by talking to the audience. Please work with me here. Sir, please.
Yeah. So again, I'm just.
But here's, I mean, but yeah, and frankly, I had that discussion with the lawyers this afternoon. Now, here's my question. And I didn't ask the lawyers this question this afternoon. I started thinking about it afterwards, I understand that. But why can't we as a commission nonetheless recommend that the town address, I'm not saying we're going to make a decision on it, which is, I think, what the lawyers are saying.
I hear what you're saying.
But
You're not conditioning it, you're making a recommendation.
Right, but what I'm also saying, to be crystal clear, is I'm not sure I'm recommending as the commission, as part of the job as the chairman, as you well know, is you come up with potential exit strategies, and sometimes I don't believe in half my exit strategies, but seriously, I mean, just listening to everybody is, if we were to say this is not consistent with the plan of conservation and development because there's a cancer risk to the children of West School, then I think we could be falling afoul of legal counsel. But I think if we did say, look, this is consistent with the plan of conservation development, but one of the recommendations includes that town council or the board of, whoever the right body is, just revisits this issue, because clearly, I mean, we do have fearful parents of kids at school, and so we can come up with an honest, what's the term, an honest broker. It could be part of our decision, I think, and I don't think we're running legally afoul of anything. If you all want to go in that direction.
What's our health department say? Did she look at it?
I don't know.
Sorry.
And I would mention one other thing that really hasn't come up tonight. An alternative location, right? Connecticut Siting Council, when it gets to them, if it gets to them, will continue to say, is there another location? Ray didn't talk about other locations.
That's what I was asking you about earlier.
He kept on asking, and if someone comes forward with another location on the west side of town.
Oh, X of
the 47 acres.
Right,
great. But we don't know that location. If somebody has a 5-acre property, like Mr. Ritchie, that wants to put it on his property. Again, we need cell service on the west side of town. How we get there is whatever is available.
I think information that would help us both on not only justifying the need for the cell service, but reconciling the health concerns. I think everyone, for the most part, can agree, yes, cell coverage and cell service for all the reasons we've discussed is necessary. But I'd like to understand, well, if we were to implement the currently discussed traditional tower and its health implications that have been discussed tonight versus a small cell or microcell nodes that other towns have done. What kind of, because those are more dense, there's more of them, they're lower to the ground, they've got different transmission
But
rates.
Dan, isn't the general answer there is yes, they work better in more urban environments like
Right.
downtown, but
Correct.
not on Ponus Ridge.
Well, why not on bonus?
Well, why,
Because the
it
capital-
depends.
The capital expenditures are huge.
And the
Right.
leaf
You
and
get-
and
you
leaves.
get- You get service on bonus, except when you go into the little dive.
Right.
areas. It's not like you need to
Yep.
put these
So-
little things up throughout the
That's
entire
where the
road.
coverage, the new coverage map would come in to tell us that information.
Well, and
Where I was going.
and it's up, I'm sorry, I interrupted, but also remember the data need, but go ahead. Sorry.
Yep. But where I was going with it was, we sort of understand what the health concerns and the health implications of a traditional tower are based on the stuff we've heard tonight and what we've gotten from Homeland Towers. Is there a similar report or similar data on the small cell stuff that could say, well, and I'm making it up, if you do this type of dense deployment of small cells, you're more at risk for cancer issues, or you could be less at risk or equal risk. It would help reconcile, because those are the two options that we're talking about in terms of cell coverage. At least it would give us some sort of confidence in saying, well, one is not worse than the other, or maybe one is better, but at least it would help inform the health and safety ruling or decision that we come to based on the POCD recommendations, right? We would have better comparison on the health implications of one solution versus another.
Well, arguably, that goes back to what you were thinking of earlier, which is
Yeah.
coverage analysis.
They go together.
Coverage speaks to, in effect, sort of voce, coverage through what means. In effect.
Mhm.
So, it's whether you're a ham radio operator or something else, you can get more or less distance depending on number of things, depending on power and location and the rest.
Mhm.
I'm sure all those would be considered in any study.
I think we could say that, we value cell coverage in this town. And we could also say, and we prefer it not to be close to a school. And we would not be running afoul of the Connecticut Siting Council's prohibition against using, health data. We could, cancer aside, radiation aside, we could say we just
Well, if you
prefer
don't
this
want it-
not being located next to a school.
We have
That's a
New York
question
School.
of whether it's close enough or far enough.
But the problem is, we have it near 3 schools. Right? We have.
And a hospital with.
We
Right.
have it.
But not on
it's-
town land.
Well,
Raven
water-
Park is
well,
town
Water,
land.
water
Water
towers.
Water
high
towers,
school
I guess technically Aquarian, but it's
Yeah, but
sitting on.
the
town
water
land.
tower is 1,000 feet from the high school. It's 2,000 feet from South School, and it's like 2,300 feet as the crow flies to Saks. So the two outliers are beyond that quarter-mile threshold. The high school is not.
And St. Aloysius is gonna build a brand new school in its current location, 400 feet from. AT&T's in
Or
place.
already has a school there, yeah.
And the high school has its playing fields right underneath the tower.
I don't think that makes it right, though. I don't think that should be our argument.
Just saying it exists, so. That ship has sailed in some circumstances. So.
Well, it seems to me that the only way to make this happen within our time frame is that we would have to recommend approval
Contingent on.
and have the studies as a condition or
Well, it's a recommendation.
recommendation. So
The recommendation is within what a study. I've mentioned study screening fence decibels.
Well, but what study are we talking about?
coverage
What about health?
and health is. That study isn't going to tell you much.
No, I think the health runs afoul of the Connecticut, the Siting Council directive.
Maybe.
The town,
to see that.
the town There's nothing stops the town from hiring a consultant to parse the data and finally just take a view on behalf of the town.
Okay.
We do this all the time with a third-party consultant when we need that type of
Yeah,
professional advice.
I mean, like I said, I think where we fall afoul is if we said that this is subject, you know, his approval is subject to. That's not what I'm suggesting.
I'm getting a bad COVID flashback. You know, I had to say it. I'm sorry, you know, masks are terrible, masks are great. Vaccinations are good. Vaccinations are gonna kill you.
So John, just procedurally, if we don't rule on this in 35 days, it's an automatic
It's
approval.
deemed approved, yeah.
So I mean, we're kind of locked in unless
That's
we
what I've been
say,
saying.
yeah.
Yeah, no, the
Or
bottom
so
line,
what?
yeah.
Or
I mean, as much as we want to say no right now, you know,
It's decide tonight or decide next month. That's it.
or we recommend to the town council that we
No.
don't recommend.
we recommend, that's all we can do. It's out of our hands.
Right.
But we can give it, we can
We
deny
can
it.
make recommendations.
I would have to think that
We could
We could
assuming
deny it,
we
and then it
approve
takes
it,
2/3 of the town council to approve it.
to overturn it.
overturn if we say no.
Right.
I would think though, if the Planning and Zoning Commission makes a thoughtful recommendation, and I think we would, I would have to think that the other town bodies would weigh these recommendations very heavily. I have to believe that's true.
Right. Now, by the way, town council, we all know this, but to be crystal clear, town council, we can make a positive referral and town council could still deny the lease.
They're the owner of the property and they don't have to lease it to anybody. It was even stated here. They may say we want to do it, but we want X money and the
just
tenant doesn't want to pay it.
Just being, you know, just making that.
I agree, Mr. Chairman. But that's someone else's call, not ours.
Right.
You know, one other fact that I really genuinely believe is that signals coming from a tower 900 feet away are no different than the Wi-Fi router in the school building. Right? Princeton University did a study about Wi-Fi routers in their library, and they determined there was no risk. Right? When you're talking about a signal coming from a tower 900 feet away, how is that different than the Wi-Fi router in the classroom?
How does that affect children versus
I'm
adults?
just saying.
I'm just
you know,
asking.
If you want to get into the science and advice, ask that question.
I am.
So
I have a cell booster in my house. Otherwise, I'm not getting a service. Zero.
Okay.
Even when it says I have service, I don't have service.
Somebody want to make a motion?
On making the referral. Are you ready?
Well, we don't, like I said, we don't have to, but
tonight,
we don't have to make it tonight. We can make it at midnight tomorrow night.
I actually do think a lot of these questions can be decided by the town council and the selectmen on a different timetable. A lot of the details regarding the lease, the height of the tower, the details of the driveway. We just have the yes, no question. We really
But
do.
I think if we make a positive referral, we should, I wouldn't, I mean, personally, I wouldn't argue over, do we allow 3 carriers versus 4 carriers? But that's beyond our remit, but I think, you know, some basic things have come out in this hearing tonight about the decibel level limitation that Mr. Ritchie is using. I think, again, you know the specifics, but the additional acoustical coverage.
But all things they heard tonight don't need to be part of the motion. I'm just trying to find whoever's going to craft this motion. All of that doesn't need to be part of the motion because we haven't really even discussed the details.
But as far as our recommendation, if we did that, city council doesn't have to
follow it. Yeah, that's my point.
I mean, if you think about what Keith Ritchie said, and I remember the Ritchie cell tower, that he said explicitly, I had various requirements because he's the owner of the property and said, I want the, you know, fake tree to look like this. And we had in this commission here, a detailed discussion from Homeland about how they design these fake trees, and you can have more or less and different kinds of branching, as well as where it was sited, noise issues, what the fence looked like. He put a, he wanted the things enclosed in a building that looked like a little barn. I mean, there are a lot of things you can do, and we can certainly make these recommendations, and certainly as well within the power of the town bodies that would ultimately decide on a lease, on what the terms of the lease are going to be.
Yeah, look, as chair, I'm not supposed to push the view, but look, my view is X of the potential safety issue to children at West School. I think this is a very good site. You know, I feel bad for the two neighbors where there's going to be the access to the site, but it's a heavily wooded site. I don't think anybody's going to see it. So I think to that extent, it's consistent with plan of conservation about we do need the service, and yes, I wouldn't hurt to have an independent consultant sort of revisit. But you know, we also have the needs of you know, the the first responders. So frankly, the only issue that really I worry about is, you know, these debating studies about the impact of, you know, and Kevin, you can say, you know, this study says this, but unfortunately, we're hearing all these studies, so.
Yeah, it's gonna go back and forth forever.
I would, it's gonna go back and forth forever, but I would, you know, I would love to. You know, if we had a very respected consultant who could weigh the evidence and, you know, give a view. I'm sorry.
All I was gonna say is, you know, we're not gonna decide that here. We're not the experts in public health or any of that. I mean,
Nope.
that's far beyond our
Right, and
purview and scopes that an expert would be needed.
yeah, so the potential way out there is we include that as a recommendation to the town bodies.
Can you articulate a motion? Because it's 11.
No, because I'm the chairman, I'm not going.
You won't?
You have to do it. Okay, I'll take a shot at it. As presented to the commission. Commission determines that it is consistent with plan of conservation and development. On the basis of the needs for cell phone coverage. For reasons of health and safety. With the provisos of. The commission is not clear as to the degree of safety risk of having a cell tower. Is it 900 feet from West School and 600 feet from the West School playing fields? So the commission recommends there has to be achieved some level of comfort. And then the commission further recommends a independent assessment of cell phone needs in the town of New Canaan. And specific to this site, the commission recommends a limitation on decibel generation using, if nobody has a better idea, the decibel limitation that Mr. Ritchie used in the Soundview Tower. Second, Dan, help me out with the acoustical coverage.
Yeah, we have to be careful on that. He mentioned 40 decibels, but at what range? Those are usually, and it's they're the enclosure manufacturers rate them at certain distances, whether it's 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, so on. And it's not a linear degradation, it's exponential. So at 5 feet, you might be 80. At 10 feet, you'll be down to 60. At 20 feet, you might be down to 20.
So how do we
Just match
we have
Richie.
Well, we have sound regulations on the books that limit sound emissions at the property line. And that's what we're concerned about. We're concerned about our neighbors' peace and enjoyment and sound issues. And I believe, and Lynn, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's nighttime sound decibels is like 40 decibels at the property line. If I'm somewhere in that range, but we should just conform to what the town regulations are for nighttime decibel emissions at the property line. And then they can do the math of how the enclosure works, how big it needs to be in order to satisfy that dimension, because they know the distance, they know how far they are from the property line.
Okay, anything else?
Fencing and screening. Mr. Chairman.
So,
Sure, propose that though,
so
right?
any specifics to the screening?
Not sure, I don't recall what height of fence they were expecting and how high.
They were-
It's
they-
going to be inside the enclosure.
They documented 6. And it is buried in the woods, but I'm just worried about
More
all
like
the
8.
gear. I'm worried about
Like
the gear.
8, and the fence would be of wood and the opaque. You can't see through it.
Solid stuff. Solid stuff.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like, cross boards or anything like that. Because I think they want to keep the critters out too, so they would have to make it solid. And then they had suggested screening, but I'm not sure hemlock's gonna work out well because of issues with bugs.
But don't you think the screening's pretty darn good?
It's in the middle of the woods.
Yeah.
Well, you're deep in the woods and you have that. I mean, we were at the site, you were at the site, you weren't at that site that day. I knew.
I was at the site a week or
earlier.
two before.
And, I could not see any other structures from that site at all.
Right, but you've got the other roads. We were on Winfield, but you've got Carriage Lane to the east. And then, is it Bennington? Yeah, to the south. And their view angles down into that site, especially from Carriage Lane, which is further down, looking back up into that area. I'm just worried about what are they going to see? So the applicant was suggesting landscape screening around 2 sides. I don't see, knowing that Carriage Lane is on the other side, I recommend 3 sides. They need to keep one
Yeah.
side open for access.
At the door, yeah.
Right. And this enclosure is 50 feet wide. I know that the door is not that, the gate to get into it is not that big. So we should just condition it on full screening around the entire perimeter of the enclosure, except for where access gate is required.
With evergreen, something that's not gonna lose all its leaves in the winter.
Okay, and then what about recommending that the height of the tower cannot be increased?
But it can.
But
Like
our
10% or
conditions
20
will-
feet.
They said it can't.
Our condition says.
Control it by the police.
The least we can control it because
Should we include
I
that?
agree,
Yes.
we should do that.
Yes, yes.
I can't understand why we are so anxious to limit the number of carriers on the tower, because I think it's true that if we do that, it might require yet another tower, which is what we don't want.
But I'm not, since I'm framing this motion, I'm not suggesting that.
We're gonna stick with 4 carriers.
But what I'm suggesting is we recommend to town council / board of selectmen, I always forget who's ultimately gonna negotiate the lease. That the tower cannot, its height cannot be extended above.
Was it 140?
145.
145.
145.
I mean, do you guys want to do that?
Yes.
Yes.
And again, these are just recommendations.
The other piece that's important that they did not have. It would be good for us as well as the town council, as well as the town and all adjacent neighbors to understand the impact map that we kept talking about, because it's not just the 12-foot road and the 50 by 50 enclosure that is going to live in this forested area. They're going to clear cut that area. Okay. Right?
So an interim and a permanent impact map.
Yes. Yep. Because, and the reason I'm getting to that, if they're clear cutting, and I'm making up numbers, if the enclosure is 50 by 50, but they have to clear cut an area of an additional, I don't know, 50-foot perimeter around that area for construction and erection and cranes and everything else, we don't want them to just leave a blank slate when they leave, right? We want woodlands restored and the dense screening that's already there restored.
Okay.
I remember it was an old farm field You can still see the old stone walls and there wasn't much there except the trees that would take down. It was pretty scrubby.
Okay,
frankly, everywhere.
are we good?
We need a second.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps you could just reread it so we're all on the same page.
Sorry.
No, we're good. We're good. You don't want to do it? Okay. I remember it, but just.
Okay, I guess I've made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, so we determine, as presented, this is consistent with the plan of conservation development, given the recommendations we've outlined. John Goodwin, I vote yes.
Yes.
Dick Ward. Oh, sorry, Dick Ward recused himself. Dan Radman,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knack.
Yes.
Carries. Thank you, guys. You guys want to talk about Burtis or you want to put that one off?
Put it off.
Put it on.
How much time do we have? Just a matter of information.
65, Lynn? How much time, or 35? How much time do we have to make a decision on Burtis?
Call you in the morning.
65 days, guys. Okay. Guys, just one other thing. I mean, obviously, think about Burtis. The other very, very important is Lynn really does not have much in the way of feedback on 751 Weed Street yet. So, i.e. from you guys. So
That one doesn't have a lot of what?
input on, well, I need to talk to you about 751 Weed,
Okay.
but
What would be helpful? I was assuming that the questions we've asked and answered and all that was being put into by the town attorney. And so what?
well,
does he
no,
want from
by
us?
Lynn.
By Lynn. Okay.
And Lynn then works with the town attorney, but I think what would be very, very helpful is for everybody to take another walk through their notes, their thinking, and ideally put on paper for Lynn, which will end up with Pete as well. Just, your reasoning.
A paragraph, 5
Maybe.
pages.
As many pages you want.
That's what I spent all weekend doing.
Oh, no. Just, no.
No, and I guess not.
What we're gonna try to do is we've got November, since Thanksgiving's this year, November 15. So, you want to give Lynn at least 10 days before November 15. That's 3 weeks. So maybe think over the next week or so.
And primarily you're looking for our how we feel about this, our reasons for approval or denial or.
Well, no, well, yes, but we as a commission have agreed that we're going to go towards a full denial with no conditions.
So she's looking for the 50 reasons.
Yes.
And if, and referencing also stuff that's in the record where you draw that conclusion from.
Yeah, in the record and remembering that. Be laser focused on the 830G criteria. So
That's not on the agenda for tomorrow, though.
it is on the agenda, but we're not going to discuss it. So I'm just gonna, it got put on the agenda really for me to have the discussion that I just had with you guys. So no, we're not talking about tomorrow night.
Well, that's the one by the Main Street.
Pardon me.
The other one.
Main Street is on the agenda
That's on the
tomorrow.
agenda. That's the other one, yeah.
In the library.
The library.
Application.
Yeah.
In the library.
Right. Okay, motion to adjourn.
Hold on,
Moved.
hold on.
Uh,
As part of the cell tower ruling, did we also include the recommendation for a new coverage map? Or did we walk away
Yeah.
from that?
No, I
Yeah.
included that.
Okay.
I included that.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good night, guys.
Thank you.